the rim.
No, he does finish well. He plays defense well. You see him picking up James Harden full court, moving his feet well. Beautiful thing to watch.
It's
a beautiful thing to watch with the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Tamir, and then we'll get the film on Mike before we get to D right and make a special announcement here on the roast. Tamir, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to say I love, like, the team. Like, me coaching and stuff, the team, or you can tell the guys hang out with each other. Everyone's happy for each other. Even your superstar, Steph Curry, is standing up cheering for everyone. So that means something. And then you guys are talking about GP. Like, me coming from Oakland growing up, Gary Payton was that dude that you looked up to, and you wanted to play defense and talk trash to the best players. So that's why I love this team, too, because their defense first.
Yep.
You see that Curry switching that defense across. Offense will come, but you cannot teach defense, and you see that they want to stop the opposing team. So I think the sky's the limit for this team right now.
No doubt. And the
100%.
IQ, the collective IQ, thanks for the call, Tamir. The collective IQ of this team, it's light years better than what it was a season ago. Kuminga understands his assignments. GP2 understands his assignments. Looney understands his assignment. You know, Moody, he'll get there. Poole's starting to understand his assignment. This team is locked in on both ends of the floor. We'll play some more sound a little bit later in the show and hear from D right in a couple minutes here, but they are locked in because of the IQ. They understand their assignments.
I also think when I look at what the Bucks did against the Suns last year, you're not going to stop it on every possession, but slowing down dribble drive penetration, which reduces the amount of ball movement, which reduces the amount of helping and switching and trailing that you have to do as a defense. They've done a fantastic job at reducing dribble drive penetration. The games that they lost, they got blown by a couple times in the second half in terms of just allowing
John Morant,
LaMelo, allowing
Terry
a guy
Rozier.
to get past them.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I just think that they've gotten so much better as a lateral movement team defensively.
Let's get the film on Mike real quick before we make a special announcement and get the Durrell right here on the Morning Roast. Filmo, what's happening?
What up, Mike?
What's up, man? Man, the thing that I love the most is that the whole world got to see the Warriors, what I say, on display. They were on display last night. Draymond, you remember when Monte Ellis used to guard Kobe Bryant and Don Nelson used to say, when he guards Kobe, he's a little bit more focused, so I like to put him on Kobe. Even though it kind of didn't match up.
Right.
Draymond being on Durant had him locked in and focused. He wasn't tripping. Like, his moves at the basket, he only had like 11 points. His moves at the basket was real direct. It made sense. He wasn't, his passes made sense. And that play when Curry got the three ball off the tip pass, I don't know why. That was just so beautiful to me. And one more thing, Draymond and Poole, they got an ill relationship. If you watch, Draymond was yelling at Poole one time, and then Poole was like, okay, I got it.
Right.
he had to yell back at Draymond like, bro, get off my line.
They're the odd couple.
I'm here. I'm locked in.
Yeah, no, he was locked in. Draymond Green, 11 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds. Great call, film on Mike. You're right. He was locked in on Kevin Durant. Before we get to D right,
I love that.
We got a special announcement. We got any jingle?
Yeah.
Any jingle for this special announcement? Anything?
Ooh.
Oh.
I feel like I'm watching a good movie. At the Niner game, some guy put popcorn all in his face, so I think I should do that right now. Popcorn all down my
in your face.
Yeah.
Pulling the T.O.
Yeah.
Popcorn all in your face.
All right, big show
Special announcement. The executive show starts next week. And when I say executive show, it means every single Tuesday for the rest of the basketball season at 8:30 a.m. here on The Roast, either Zaza Pachulia or Bob Myers will join us live here on The Roast.
Wait. Say that again. What?
The executive show starts next week. The executive show. Every Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. here on The Roast, either Zaza Pachulia, nothing easy, Game 7, baby, Game 7, or Bob Myers, courtside Bob Myers.
How are you, Bob?
Will join us live.
Love that.
Taking you inside the Warriors front office, brought to you by Free Spirits. Trying to cut back on alcohol, but still love a great cocktail? Well, Free Spirits makes non-alcoholic spirits so you can have the same delicious cocktails you love, just without the alcohol. Available at drinkfreespirits.com.
A little dry November?
A little dry November.
Nothing easy.
It's not
Nothing
easy.
easy.
Especially around the holidays.
Game 7, baby.
Did you order your turkey yet?
No, not even close.
Yeah, we're going through it at the Shasky house.
Yeah, I may want crab this year. I don't even know if I want.
Well, it might not be available. There's a lot of stuff going on with the
always some
crab.
crab available.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the local fresh stuff. And that frozen junk.
No, it's not frozen.
Oh, come on, dude.
Thang Longs.
It's not from
PPQs.
It's not Dungeness local.
Dude,
the season's not open.
Come on, man. I know how to get my crab, dude.
Nothing easy.
Come on, man. Get good crab. Darrell Wright, everybody. Joins us every single Wednesday. Sometimes at 8 o'clock, sometimes at 7:30. Got Young Glove coming on, so Darrell was kind enough to get up a little earlier and join us here on the roast after a big Warriors win. Of course, NBA champ, former Warrior, and my co-host on Warriors Pre- and Post Game Live.
God, I love this beat.
He runs South Beach.
Go holler at my boy Miles at Prime 112, the owner. Definitely drop my name. I'm always good in the MIA.
He has his own commercials.
Thought I'd spice things up.
He's now taking over the dial as our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider.
Hey, Bonte, I don't play basketball no more. I'm a full-time golfer.
Hey.
Okay?
Here's Darrell Wright.
D. Wright, and you know what? We may have to go to Prime 112 in June because the Warriors may be playing into June. Maybe it gets the Miami Heat out the East. I wouldn't mind it. A South Beach trip to Miami for the NBA Finals.
Sign me up, baby.
I would love
Prime
that.
112?
I would love that, man. Maybe we can't. We may be a little too old for Prime 112, D, right?
Nah, that'll be right on time.
hey, Darrell, before we get into the Warriors for a second, I'm watching the game the other night, and my co-host over here, Monte Hill, decides to take one of my tweets from over the weekend because we're going to go one-on-one in this masterclass thing. And you guys were making fun of me and my jump shot. You know, a parody video, people just think it's for real. You got to love the form. You got to love the effort. And it was funny, right? Me shooting in the pool in Arizona, brick after air ball, and then finally hitting one at the end with my wife organically saying, why am I still shooting this?
The video didn't show you making anything.
Well, that's because you cut off the best part at the end.
I don't even.
Shoot or shoot.
That video was perfect, man. That night in Charlotte with Dubs, first game on the road after being at home for 8 games, man, that was crazy. So appreciate the content.
Yeah. We needed to laugh. We needed to laugh after that one. We needed to laugh, no doubt about it. The 3-point shootout coming. The Morning Roast Invitational. Shasky, you don't know this, but Kolsky wants in on it.
Oh, he does?
He does. And then 3 other roasters were going to qualify. One from the text line, one from Twitch.
Well, now we're definitely going to lose.
Well,
I mean, I just keep it real.
Well, no, I'm going to pick the guy. I'm not getting no ringers in here to shoot no threes, man. Come on now. Come on, man.
I might get Darrell's son to come in and shoot for me. I'm seeing him in the lab, and the kid looks like he's wet from beyond the arc.
He can shoot.
Yeah, he
does.
Oh, yeah.
He can shoot, no doubt about it.
For sure.
Yeah.
How about them Warriors, though? How about them Warriors? D, right? Last night, let's start with the defense. We could talk about Steph. We're gonna get to Steph. We'll get the Draymond Green and his individual defense. We'll get the Wiggins, but overall, collectively, the defense yesterday, you said it in the middle of the third quarter. You go out of nowhere. This defense is flying around. Can you explain how they were flying around?
Man, they're just all over the place, just understanding covering ground, understanding the help defense. It's so hard to play individual defense in the NBA. One, you really can't touch guys. Two, these guys are so gifted and talented with a ball in their hand. So it's so important for guys to be in their position when guys are putting the ball on the floor, guys are making moves to the basket, and the most important thing, contesting shots. So I think the Warriors do an awesome job of just playing on the string, having each other back, understanding the assignment, and also understanding guys' tendencies. I think that's what really makes teams great defensive team, understanding who they're guarding, understand what you need to do to take him out of the game. And I thought they did a great job of that yesterday and all year long. You know, that's why they're a top 5 defense of team right now, just because of the attention to detail and understanding guys' tendencies.
Yeah, I think the instincts Draymond displays are just incredible. Slipping through screens, never leaving his feet when he's closing out on someone and giving a cheap foul or buying into a pump fake. But I know Steph and Draymond, they're the headliners. The Kuminga development, because you're talking about the little things. This kid learned so much at the G League. Like his ability to jump stop, pump fake, the spin move, his closing out on defense. Like, I love the way he stays grounded while defending people, but still being able to laterally move. I'm blown away at how much the fundamentals, how much he's learned for a player who's supposed to be so raw.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, just getting thrown in that fire, being able to respond. I love college basketball. I love watching the march, but, if I had to do it all over again, I'd probably make that jump. And I thought what J.K. did with taking his talents to the G League Ignite, he learned some stuff you might not be able to learn in college, because you're getting it from these professional athletes and you're getting ready for that game. So I think that was definitely an extra boost for his game and his confidence to come right in this year and have an opportunity to play right away, just for understanding the game at a different level.
Darrell Wright here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Of course, NBA champ, former Warrior. Of course, my co-host on NBC Sports Bay Area's Warriors pre- and post-game show. D. Wright doing a great job on television. And you obviously Steph Curry. Let's just get to it. He's putting on a show. He's getting MVP chants in Kevin Durant's house. And yesterday, you could tell early, Darrell, when he hit that first three, then he hit another one. It was like, oh, it's going to be one of those nights. And it happened to be one of those nights with 37 points last night, 9 threes. He's got 37 Ks with at least 9 threes in a game. 9 made threes. He's the only player to do so. Nobody else is in double figures, including you, D, right?
Man, crazy. The show he puts on every single night. And we talked about it, just the fact that, he had a tough shooting night in Charlotte. I know he wanted that one really bad, just being home. His bounce back is always crazy. And, unfortunately, it had to be the Brooklyn Nets this time on the other side of it, knowing that he was going to come in and put on a show and knock down shots around the perimeter. But this is how he's mixing it up, getting to the basket, the mid-range, the logo threes, man. Steph Curry seems like he gets better and better every single year. And I read something one of my boys wrote this morning, said, man, Steph Curry, they starting to believe he's not real. And I'm starting to believe it too, man, because the things he does, and it's just amazing to watch, man. It's just how much his game has grown each and every year.
It's incredible. I mean, they were chanting MVP for him. He's going nuts. I mean, this is all the way in New York.
Warriors home game.
It's just unbelievable. Hey, Darrell, I want to ask you about Draymond Green's development. Forget as a player, as a leader. And you've been a young player on teams with veterans, and you've had guys kind of barking at you. Last year, Dre barking at Wiseman, and it felt like it was a little aggressive. This year, my favorite relationship is Jordan Poole and Draymond. And they 1 minute he's screaming and yelling at him, the next minute he's got his arms around him. I love sitcoms. Mork and Mindy, Three's Company. I'm pitching the new sitcom. Jordan Poole, Draymond Green. The Odd Couple. What do you think?
That is hilarious.
You've seen these two kind of going at it. Do you like what Draymond and Jordan kind of got going here? Because the young guy clearly needs to be reined in at times. But, I love the relationship between the two of them, and I can't get enough of it.
Oh, yeah, and this lead is needed, especially for the young guys. But, you can't be a leader if you don't go out there and do what you're leading about. So I think they respect Draymond Green so much, not only as a champion, but also as a leader and somebody that's going to go out there and do it. So, Jordan Poole was in his third year. He's given the key to be a starter, take the shots that he want to take, and I think Draymond Green does a great job of holding him accountable. Coach Kirk can't keep saying it because then the coach's voice gets watered down,
Yep.
And you got to hold your teammates accountable if you want to be a championship team. So I think Jordan Poole takes it the right way. Most young players can't really take that much heat, but I think he's taking it the right way just because you see Draymond out there doing the same thing, so you can only respect it.
And he bounced back with 17 points last night, 4 assists, 4 rebounds. Jordan Poole, that is. And Andrew Wiggins right now is on a heater as well. His last 4 games have been spectacular. He woke up against Minnesota, which felt like his season debut. It was like, welcome to the season, Andrew Wiggins. He drops 35 against them. And then last night, that burst at the end of the second quarter, scoring 13, carried it over into the third quarter. Andrew Wiggins now, we're starting to see why he was the number 1 overall pick by the Cleveland Cavaliers way back when. This young man's playing on both sides of the ball, and when he's aggressive, feels like GP2 has kind of resonated onto him. It's contagious. GP2 dunking on cats. Now Andrew Wiggins, D-Right, he's getting in on the party here, dunking on cats and going to the rim.
Man, Wiggs been doing a great job, man. Just his defense has just been so surprising these last 2 years. Just didn't know he had it in him in Minnesota, But he's showing everybody, like you said, Bonte, why he was the former number 1 pick, and it wasn't no mistake. And just his aggressiveness, him attacking the rim. I love when he puts the ball on the floor in ISO. He doesn't do too much with the ball. He's using about 5 dribbles to get to a step back or that turnaround penny shot that he loves, and it's super efficient. But I think if he can continue to stay aggressive and attack that basket and mix it up, it's going to be a long year for a lot of these guys around the league, especially with Klay Thompson coming back, and Andrew Wiggins will be seeing the 3rd best defender on each and every team every night. So that's going to be the wild part.
Scary hours.
It really is. From a standalone TNT, first game of the night perspective, that felt like a statement for Steph Curry, felt like a statement for the Warriors, a statement against James Harden, and I don't know what the hell's going on there. Like, do players take those individual primetime TNT specific games, do they take a little more pride in those, knowing everyone else is watching?
Oh, no doubt. Especially when you're playing a good team, another team that they're talking about to be a finals contender. You playing against a former teammate and friend. You want to put your best foot forward. And I thought the Warriors, not only that, they had in mind from that last game in Charlotte, like, we took one step back. So I think that was a great way to come out and respond. And I wasn't looking for nothing less than what they did, coming out hot, not feeling like, it was just another game. It was like, no, this is a bounce-back game for us as well. The Nets are just in front of us. Now we got to go take care of business. You saw it in the first quarter. It was a great game in the first quarter. Like, that first quarter was really good. And then that end of that second and that third, the Warriors did what they've been doing all year and just busting these leads open, which is crazy to me. Yeah. But I thought they really took this game serious. Not only that it's the Brooklyn Nets, but we just had a poor performance in Charlotte. Wasn't too bad, but it wasn't the Warrior basketball we were all used to seeing early in the season, and they took it out on the Nets last night.
Yeah, no doubt. They beat the Nets 117-99. Outscored the Brooklyn Nets by 25 in the second and third quarter. By the way, the third quarter, D-right, they're plus 124 on the season when it comes to point differential. And they did all this despite committing 21 turnovers. And outside of Steph Curry, they were 4 for 26 for the three-point line, yet they blow away the Brooklyn Nets. Why? Because of great defense, great team defense, good ball movement. Warriors are rolling right now, and I will see you tomorrow, D-right, when the Warriors take on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Unfortunately, no Evan Mobley, but that should be good news for the Warriors. They should be able to roll in that one if they take care of business.
Yes, sir, fellas. Appreciate you guys. See you guys soon.
Sounds good.
Anytime. D-Right here on the Morning Roast, as he is every single Wednesday. Co-host on Warriors Pre- and Post-Game Live. NBA champ, former Golden State Warrior. And it's funny you asked him the TNT question because we were discussing that in the newsroom yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And he was talking, and he basically said the same thing. It's like, look, depending on the team, because if it's a lame duck team, it's TNT, all right. It's national TV still.
Yeah, like Philly not playing anyone.
You're right. But if it's a primetime game and you're playing the Lakers, the Knicks, the Nets that are loaded now, those primetime teams, premium teams, oh, yeah, it's a big game. Charles is in the building. Shaq, Kenny, Ernie, they're watching. Everybody's watching on TNT. Ernie. What up, Ernie? By the way, shout out to Ernie Johnson. Just lost his son a few weeks ago.
That's really sad.
He's back in action. Ernie Johnson, one of my favorite people in sports.
Of course.
He just seems so welcoming and the perfect host for that show. But, I mean, to do that on that stage.
It was incredible.
And Brooklyn was getting to the line early in the game. They were getting to the free throw line, and Kevin Durant had it rolling. And then Steph just kept them in the game in the first quarter. Hits the 4 threes, bombing away, and you heard the oohs, the ahs, the oohs, the ahs. And then Wiggins, I just thought at the end of the second quarter when he came on, and they just said in the third quarter, we're going to beat you down, and Steph picks up number 4. That's the one thing that's so underrated about this game last night.
Great point.
He picks up the 4th foul at the 7-minute mark of the third quarter, and the Warriors are up 13. Well, Kevin Durant and James Harden are still on the floor, and I'm like, oh boy, maybe they'll make a run right here, and it's going to be a close game. Nah. Draymond Green said, you know what? I got this, Steph. Chill. I got this. Like Yayo. Tell her 50 cents. Chill, Yayo. I got this. But no. Draymond goes out there, defensively sets the tone, and they increase that lead from 13 to 21, and they win going away. That was the most impressive aspect maybe of that basketball game, to win those minutes without Steph Curry.
I can't get over how dramatically different everything looks, because I told you I went back and watched some of the game last year against the Nets, one of Wiseman's first game.
The first game of the season.
I mean, Bonte, they were getting blown out in the first half. Yep. It was a bad game. And I just look, and it's total role reversal. And I look at the Nets, and they were a deep team starting last year. They traded a lot of that depth away. Now, there were some injuries, which kind of played into that as well. And whatever the hell's going on with Kyrie.
See, I thought they didn't even need to make a trade last year. They had Kyrie and Kevin Durant.
But Kyrie got hurt.
And you had Jared Allen.
I know.
You had Karis LeVert, and I know he went through the what was it, kidney?
Yeah, he had liver. He had a couple different things.
But he ended up coming back. I thought they were solid, and then you make the trade for James Harden. Okay, that's fine. But then Kyrie gets hurt, and James Harden has a hammy issue. And that's the thing about James Harden. He's not lasting through the season anymore, because when you don't come in great shape, you don't take care of your body, and when you're playing those playoff minutes and handling the ball the way he is and getting hounded, like GP2 was hounding him. Kuminga was hounding him.
James Harden.
Stephen Curry played exceptional defense on James Harden yesterday. He's not going to last. So, without the free throws and not getting fouled and the way the game is getting officiated now, Brooklyn's in trouble, man.
Well,
Brooklyn's got problems.
And I'm glad you're bringing this up, because I just did a quick Google search. The Brooklyn Nets salaries. We know that it's about 112 is your salary cap, right? That's your low threshold. Harden making 44, Durant making 41, Irving making 35. Boom. You've just soaked up almost the entire salary cap. You have no young pieces. You have nothing that you can trade. Like right now, what are they going to trade Irving for pennies on the dollar?
Yeah, you're not.
I don't see it. You're going to trade Harden? Who wants Harden right now?
Daryl Morey.
I look at where the Warriors are at, and you said this kind of earlier in the show, and I think that we need to continue to say this.
Yep.
Look, I'm sad that KD's not here, but the reality is it's a blessing in disguise, because they have parlayed Durant leaving for nothing into D'Lo, which was traded again for Andrew Wiggins, and it's now given them Kuminga.
Right.
It's also given them an opportunity, because they lost, because they weren't good, to get Moody, and it allowed them also to bring in Jordan Poole and give him opportunity to get run. So some of the best moves are the ones that maybe you couldn't see a couple of years ago. And now I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, you kind of had to go through all that rain to get this beautiful sun that you have this year.
Isn't it worth it to go through those 2 years? First of all, you win 15 games. Life after Kevin Durant. Steph Curry gets hurt in game number 5 against the Phoenix Suns. Okay. It's a lost year.
Bonte, it was bleak.
We knew it was going to be a lost year.
Yeah, but it was
However,
bleak.
last year was supposed to be the reload. And Klay Thompson gets hurt on draft night.
Yeah.
So then that sets you back. Even though, nobody talks about this. Nobody. Everybody says, oh, man, the Warriors they won 39 games last year. They won 39 games last year. Steph missed 9, and they were 3 back of the Blazers for the 5 seed.
Yeah.
For the 5 seed. So it wasn't that bad. You know what I'm saying? But the Warriors, as Joe Lacob told us last Wednesday in studio, they played the long game. Yeah, but that's the problem. The fans can't see past Tuesday night. Right, but they played the long game.
And I'm glad they did.
And they exhibited patience. Patience, knowing that Steph was Steph, knowing that Draymond's Draymond, and Draymond, I got to give him a shout-out. He's playing out of his mind right now. It's the best I've seen him play in a long time.
He's playing great, but let's be fully fair here. He didn't try. He admitted he didn't try as hard
2
in the
years
year.
ago.
And
I get it.
Year. No, I get it.
Lost year.
But the other part of this is the COVID before the season even started last year. There was a physical depreciation off of COVID that maybe I didn't understand as well enough, because I was ripping him too.
Right.
And it's you know what? Your lung capacity physically, this is science. This is not me with hyperbole. Your lung capacity isn't what it used to be, and I don't think he was allowed to work himself up into shape.
I'm not mad at him for, look, it sets a bad tone for not, quote-unquote, trying. After the 2019 NBA Finals, and you go into that year, you lose Steph, and you're out there solo bolo with a bunch of rookies, and a bunch of youngsters. But you know what? I'm kind of happy those legs are saved. Think about that.
That's true.
Think about Steph. It may have been a blessing in disguise if Steph got hurt with that hand injury.
It's a good point.
Because that team really going somewhere with D'Angelo Russell?
No, but it was the first year of Chase Center, and so from a business standpoint, I can understand, damn, we took a hit.
Without Clay, without Iguodala, there was a lot of youngsters.
Man.
It was a lot.
From a business, forget basketball, from a business side.
It was tough.
And I know you don't necessarily, care sometimes about the business side. But I do. I keep going back to what Joe Lacob said to us when he was here in studio, where he was like, I listen to all the critiques, and everyone wants us to make the splashy move. But then you'll also be simultaneously furious when a year from now we don't have any pieces and we don't have any future.
Exactly.
And my job, and this goes back to the business side, is to not only put the best team together today, but also make sure I have some semblance of a future.
Well, look, the business side, the tickets are sold at Chase Center. You still have concerts. COVID kind of shut that down, no doubt. People knew that, hey, man, Chase Center not going to be the best team on the floor without Klay Thompson in that first season. But they've always paid the tax. Business-wise, they've always paid the tax. They've got the highest payroll in the league, and you're selling gear left and right.
Yeah, but you have a $3 billion stadium that you needed every single day to have an event there to sell out in 10 years to be able to pay it off. Plus, you're paying all this luxury cap. I think it's easy for us to just kind of gloss over the money.
No, they'll be fine. I'm not going to count their pennies. They're going to be fine. They'll be fine down there at Chase Center. They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. Business is booming again.
No, it
Warriors
is.
are back.
It is,
but
that doesn't make it easy for the owner.
No,
that's
of course,
all. And I'm caping up for him because
nobody's saying it's easy.
That's what I'll do.
Nobody's saying that. No, and you don't have to cape up for Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob, we know what he's doing.
I want to cape up for him because I want to be his caddy at Pebble Beach for the Pro-Am.
That's just cringe.
I threw that out there, and he kind of laughed at me. We're back.
I mean, I would laugh too.
I mean,
let's go to Jonathan in San Francisco.
7-iron, Joe.
Just met you.
I like the hybrid.
Hey.
Just met you. What's up, Jonathan?
Trade Dream, where you at? Real quick, bro. Did you guys see Kevin Durant's face? They kept showing it towards the end of the game. You know what that look was? REGRET. Regret. He didn't think the Warriors are going to be at this level ever again. And I just want to say, man, what ego. Just to think that you could leave a championship team and recreate that somewhere else. KD and Kawhi, they will never win another ring. Put that in the bank.
Oh.
There it is.
Put that in the bank.
Put this in the bank, too.
Do you have a piggy bank?
Baby Chaz does.
Oh.
Throw a little change in there, but I don't carry cash anymore.
I know, I don't either.
It's kind of
I don't do wallet either.
Well, yeah,
because I got everything,
I do
in a special spot.
I do wallet. I gotta have a wallet.
Yeah, I don't. Honestly, it's very liberating once you release yourself from the wallet. You only need 2 cards. The credit card and the ID.
I need the wallet.
What's in there?
I feel naked without a wallet.
Yeah, but what's in there?
Cards.
ID. How many cards do you have?
ID cards.
I'm part of the Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Club. I got to keep that card stashed somewhere,
bro.
I got 11 stamps. I need 1 more, and I got a free pizza.
I love you, Steve.
That's pretty good. I keep cards like that in my wallet.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You got a Taco Bell?
No Taco Bell. You don't need those. But I got to Lou's sandwiches. Shout out to TJ. Lou's sandwiches.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Got a stamp there. Yeah. I got the cheesesteak stamp at the Visadero. By the way, Gabe Kapler joining.
Dude, I always get to like the 7 on the cheesesteak one and then lose it. Yeah.
Of course, you seem like that guy.
I know.
Gabe
Love
Kapler.
Those curly fries.
Gabe Kapler joining Willard and Dibs.
Oh.
On the show at 9:15. Your National League Manager of the Year. The real Gabe Kapler.
Not Mark doing the impression?
Mark Willard.
Oh, cool.
The real Gabe Kapler.
I'll be tuned in for that.
He received 28 out of 30 first place votes.
God, it's so
1
awesome.
second place vote, and 1 guy from Cincinnati who didn't vote for Kapler at all.
Oh.
But he got NL Manager of the Year. Congrats to Gabe Kapler.
And he joins Dusty Baker as the only San Francisco Giants managers to ever get him. Dusty 3-time.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty good.
3-time NL Manager.
And think about this. Think about how we felt when Kapler was named manager of the Giants.
Yeah, I was
think about how we felt about him now, or the way we feel about him now.
I was wrong. And I've really grown to appreciate him. And there is a sentiment out there. Anybody could have done this. The Excel spreadsheets told him what to do. Come on, man. Watch the Giants games in and out. And he's blended the data with the gut at times and gone sometimes with the data, sometimes with the gut. I watch every single game, every single inning, and I love what Kapler's done.
Great text here.
He's won me over.
650. You lose a stamp card because you don't have a wallet. Dun.
No, this was
Rim
when
shot.
I did have a wallet.
If you had a wallet, you wouldn't lose it. You gotta put it in the wallet. Put it in there. Come on, baby. Young Glove, GP2, coming up on the roast. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Valley Transportation Authority. Why you look so sad, man? Just get a wallet.
I'm not sad. I'm ready to talk to Young Glove.
All right. Young Glove coming up here in a roast.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunity.
Behind the back, you're jumping out of the gym, and then yesterday you're trying to end Kevin Durant. Like, you have no fear, GP.
I'm just trying to make plays for my team. My teammates put me in right positions, to make plays. And that's all I'm really trying to do is just help my team win.
Yeah, well, you're doing a really good job of that, and you're becoming a fan favorite. Your dad was somebody that guys from our era, we looked up to. I mean, he's Oakland's own, and he played with that chip on his shoulder. And I'm looking at your journey here. I mean, you're a community college guy. Both me and B went to junior colleges, right. And your route was very unconventional. Take me through this journey that you've been on, because this is not a normal, hey, I was drafted right out of high school, or I went to Duke, or any of those. And I actually love your journey. I feel like it makes you hungrier on the court.
No, absolutely. When I decided, to put all my eggs in one basket, with basketball, it was kind of too late. Most people would have probably been too late, but I just thugged it out. Probably went through every level of basketball. You can probably go through. So, just to be here, have an opportunity, just to help a team like this, continue to win games and keep growing and keep grinding it's just been a journey. It's been one hell of a journey, and it's been fun.
Gary Payton II here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shatsky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. Warriors beat the Nets last night, 117-99. Don't forget, when they come back home Sunday against Toronto, against the Raptors, tickets are still available at Warriors.com. Go to Warriors.com to go see this team play when they get back home. One of the best teams in the NBA right now. And GP2, I got to ask you about picking up 94 feet, because you don't see that in the NBA. You don't see that at all. And I remember about 5-6 years ago, Draymond Green doing it against the Sixers when the Warriors are down 15, and he started picking up full court, and it changed the game. It feels like whenever you come into the game, you start picking up 94 feet, and you change the tone of the game. Can you talk about that? Because it feels like you're really frustrating opposing point guards with that.
Yeah, just my job, just to make them uncomfortable. As soon as I check in, whoever the head of the snake or is the problem, just try to slow them down. Just make them uncomfortable and make them work for their bucket.
How much is Draymond and Iguodala, these kind of older guys that have been just lockdown defenders for years, how much do they kind of play into game planning against somebody like James Harden? Because yesterday it felt like you were 2 steps ahead of him at every single turn, and I'm looking at the way those guys are communicating with you, and I'm saying, God, you got 3 lockdown defenders in the half court, but it feels like your preparation is like unbelievable before you even step on the court. You know where these guys want to go.
Oh, absolutely. Coaching staff do a great job of writing up game plans. Mike Brown, they do a phenomenal job, coming out with a game plan, and have Dre and Andre and Steph and everybody, Wiggs, everybody he's been in the league for a while, and know these guys, have their input and their knowledge on it. So we can be ready and for whatever they want to do.
Young Glove, I got to ask you about being at Barclays Center yesterday. From us here in the Bay Area, watching that game on TNT, it sounded like a Warriors home game. We heard MVP chants for Stephen Curry. We heard the Warriors chant. Talk about experiencing that last night in Kevin Durant's house and James Harden's house. You guys are on the road, and it felt like a Warriors home game.
Yeah, I was just saying that to one of my teammates. It was crazy. The first bucket we had, everybody went crazy. And I look back, and I'm like, we might as well be at home. So, it felt good. The environment was fun. The game was amazing. Have fun. And, shout out to Brooklyn. They showed love.
I'm over here watching Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, and they're kind of like the odd couple. 1 minute, Dre screaming at him at the top of his lungs, slapping his hands at him, and the next minute he's hugging him out. Has Draymond, ever screamed or yelled at you at practice or during the game?
Absolutely. Draymond makes sure that, we stay on our toes, we don't take the easy way out. And me personally, I've told Draymond and Iggy, don't let me slip up or anything on the defensive end, nitpick at me for, anything, and make sure that we're all on our toes. And, to be good in this league, you got to play defense, and, we can't have any hiccups on defense.
Well, you're making your way defensively. Gary Payton II here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 in game. As you guys beat up on the Brooklyn Nets, you guys are now 12-2. And I feel like GP, or Young Glove, I should say, you are responsible for Andrew Wiggins waking up here. And I'm going to say this. This is why I think that. You dunking on Oubre Jr., you coming in with the alley-oop, Steph Curry throwing you an alley-oop, you shutting down the house at Chase Center. And all of a sudden I'm seeing Andrew Wiggins now. He's arrived this season, and now he's starting to yam on cats. Now he's starting to duck on dudes. And I feel like it's because of you, because you're the shortest dude out there, and you're taking souls. And now I'm seeing Andrew Wiggins going this 4-game stretch here where he's just balling at both ends of the floor. Talk about Wiggs for a second.
Wiggs, we know what talent Wiggs brings defensively, just as much as offensively. He's a great two-way guy. We just try to get each other going. One leads to another. One guy get a stop, it motivates the other guy to get a stop. One guy gets a dunk, it motivates somebody else to get a dunk, and it trickles down the line all the way to the 15th man. So, we just feed off each other's energy, and Wiggs has been phenomenal for us, phenomenal.
With so many Bay ties to the region, what does it truly mean for you to have this opportunity and put on that Warrior uniform?
This means a lot. I honestly can't put it in words. I got the whole family out here supporting. Just so happened my dad came back to coach in Oakland, and my little brother's there. It's really just a family affair, and to do it, in the Bay, it's just, I can't put it into words, but it's special for sure.
You referenced your dad there, and obviously, everybody's going to say Gary Payton, because he was just such a great player. I'm watching The Last Dance, all right? And I just know how I am with my dad. If somebody was out here bad-mouthing my dad, I'd be furious. When you saw Michael Jordan talking smack about your pops, what'd you think?
No, I know the battles between them. It's so much respect between them. But on the court, you got a job to do, and between those lines, we ain't got no friends. So, but I know they got so much respect off the court, and it is what it is. It went down how it went down.
Do you tease your dad though?
No, I don't tease him about it. It is what it is. He's going to say what he's going to say about the series, and, Mike's going to say what he's going to say. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Two great players batting it out. And, it's just, the better one came on top.
Yeah, and 2 Hall of Famers, no doubt about that. We keep getting requests here, and I want you to just we won't ask you ever again. I'll tell everybody, all our friends at Warriors Media, don't ask GP2 this again. Dunk contest, because the fans want to see you in it. And that's something your dad never did. He couldn't do it because he didn't have hops like you. Are you now starting to rethink things for All-Star Weekend? Because, man, you get up, you're going behind the back. I mean, you are electric when you go to the rim. Are you rethinking that, GP2?
I'm going to stick with my word. I'm going to continue to be myself, continue to help this team win. I'm going to leave that to the young guys. I'm just out there to help my team win. I don't think I'm going to do it.
I love that.
I'm gonna stick with it.
I love that. I ain't got no problem with that. No problem with that. But if you did, maybe no to Jason Richardson with the 23 jersey, you had the Bay right behind you there. So if you rethought it, we'd be behind you. But we like to hear that. We like to hear that you're focused on just winning basketball games. And you guys are winning basketball games at a high clip, doing it from Andrew Wiggins to Steph Curry, Draymond Green. And then what about Jonathan Kuminga? Can you explain what the rookies have been doing over the last week with you guys coming off the bench?
Jonathan and Moses have been electric off the bench, coming in great minutes. Jonathan's been playing wonderful. Jonathan's defenses, both of their defenses are getting better by the day, and they're growing every day. They're in the gym. First one's in the gym, last one's to leave. And their progression has just been so amazing for our team and helpful to have young guys in there. And, we can trust those young guys to get it done. So, them guys just keep going, and they're helping us tremendously.
It looks like from afar, you guys all love each other. I mean, the synergy, the chemistry, the camaraderie, everything just seems to be clicking on both ends of the court. Off the court, who's some of your closest friends on the team?
Everybody from the first guy to the last guy. We do spend a lot of time together. We're with each other every day. Everybody, we go through our ups and downs, on the court, whatever it is, but we figure it out. And we do it as a unit. So, just the chemistry we have and the chemistry we're building, it's just amazing. And we've got to keep going and keep getting better and keep learning from each other.
So what are you doing during your downtime? You're on this road trip,
2K?
Obviously Charlotte, Brooklyn, Cleveland, Detroit. Are you playing video games? Are you going to movies? Are you a Netflix guy? What does GP2 like to do off the floor?
No, off the floor, I'm a video game guy. I'll go walk around the city. Probably go shopping a little bit here, a little bit there. But I'm simple. I stay in the room. I play video games, and I go to the gym. I'm about to go to the gym right now, actually, before we get on this flight. So I'm just getting ready.
PS5, Xbox, Call of Duty, Madden, 2K.
Yeah, I got both. I got PS5, Xbox, Call of Duty, Warzone, FIFA. I'm probably the best FIFA player in the league.
Wow.
Whoa.
Jonathan Kuminga was talking that talk.
Kuminga was talking smack to me.
Yeah, send that one out. I'm the best FIFA player in the league, so if anybody want anything, just let me know.
What? GP2. Jonathan Kuminga was on my media day. He said, nobody can mess with me in FIFA. Have you played the youngster yet?
No, I told him I've given my room number. I have two controllers. He hasn't came up yet, so I'm going to wait till he, get his practice in a little bit more and then come see me.
So the youngster doesn't want that smoke yet. He doesn't want that smoke.
I don't think he wants that smoke yet, just not yet.
When you go shopping, are you shopping for shoes?
Yeah, what are we
Because I'm a
doing?
big shoe guy. I love the J's. I'm starting to get into Adidas. What are you shopping for? What does GP2 like to buy?
Absolutely. I go to the shoe store first. I'm simple. I'll go to Zara, Urban Outfitters, get a little shirt, a little jacket from Zara, some pants, some sweats. I keep it cozy. And comfortable.
So what are we jamming these days? Like, what's on the playlist? If I were to just listen to whatever you're using to work out to, what's on that track right now?
Surprisingly, you'll probably hear like some James Brown, some Louis Armstrong, Tony. I'm an old guy. I'm an old soul.
I like that.
Friends, I grew up listening to old music, Earth, Wind, and Fire, all that. So I'm an old head.
And obviously the Bay music, right? I know you're bumping 40, a little Yuck.
You already know.
Stunner Man?
You're P-Lo, you already know.
P-Lo, yeah. Are you big stepping too? We got to give Stunner Man some love here. Big stepping is taking off, man.
Shout out P-Lo for sure.
GP2, you're great.
What's it like to play with Steph Curry? Because I'm sure your dad every now and then is like, man, I can't believe this guy. Because, we always talk and we gossip about people. Being around this dude and seeing what he's done for your game off the court, what he does for everyone else, it's almost unbelievable how incredible Steph is, right?
I can't even put that in words, man. The things that 30 does and the things that 30 does for his teammates, he gets his teammates open. He's unselfish. He makes the right plays, and at the end of the day, I tell him to be himself all the time, and that he does. And at this point, everybody thinks that as soon as he lets go, it's a high percent chance that that's going to go in. So, to have him, quarterback and everything is just, it's a blessing.
You guys are 12-2, and we'll get you out of here with this one. 12-2. Kuminga's playing well. Wiggins playing well. Draymond is being Draymond Green. Steph is Steph. You're doing your thing. And then reinforcements are coming. How excited is this team to get James Wiseman and Klay Thompson back? Because we hear they're looking pretty good, and they may be back sooner rather than later.
Yeah, those two guys are in the gym night and day. I don't think Klay or James probably leave the gym. They probably sleep there. They're so locked in mentally to get back and continue to help this team. And, we're excited to have them back. And it's going to be a great moment when they get back and get them back in the lineup and get them going again.
We got the greatest FIFA player in all the NBA right now, Gary Payton II. And Gary, I just want to say on behalf of the Warrior fans and the community of the Bay Area, there are certain players that connect spiritually and emotionally with this fan base, and you are definitely one of them. And we've really appreciated what you brought to the court. I'm just a huge fan, and I know I speak for everybody out there. Keep doing what you're doing, man. It's a lot of fun.
I appreciate it. And let me shout out Kevon Looney one time.
Yeah.
Loon. I don't think he gets enough credit for what he does, and Loon is one of our anchors in the heart and soul of this team. He does all the little things. He battles down there, and he's just been tremendous for this team, and I don't think he gets so much love, but I just want to shout out Loon one time.
You know what? Had back-to-back double-doubles last week against Minnesota. Chicago played very good defense on Karl Anthony Towns. That's a great call, GP2. Loon is a soldier.
But is he giving you fit aid? Is he giving you any of that fit aid? Are you getting any kickbacks?
No. Loon's been on point. No kickback. No. Hey, Loon is good with me. I'll go to battle with Loon any day.
Very underrated defender in the low post. Sets great screens. He's doing his thing offensively. Loon, that's a great call, GP2.
Finishing around the rim.
Yeah, he's finishing, man. This team is fun. It's fun watching you guys, and it's fun watching you pick up 94 feet. Darrell Wright, I work with Darrell Wright. He always says, man, whenever GP2 comes into the game seems to change. It seems to change, and it does, man, because you're playing pressure defense, you're pestering people, and you're a high flyer, man. Ducks, man.
Almost took KD out.
You almost took KD out, GP2.
I was loving
it. Yeah, we'll see him again. I'll see if we can get into one of those opportunities again.
No doubt. GP2, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the safe travels to Cleveland. We'll be watching when you guys take on the Cavaliers and try to improve to 13-2 on the season. Great stuff, man.
All right, appreciate having us, guys. Appreciate it.
Young Glove.
So cool.
GP2 here in the morning roast. And we're going to hear from Rick Barry at 8:30. You know Rick Barry's rearing to go. But GP2, best FIFA player in the league. Talking that talk.
Old soul.
Loves Zara. Old soul. Earth, Wind, and Fire.
But doesn't that make sense by how he plays?
No doubt.
Right? Like
no doubt.
He doesn't seem like a, you like to call it the orange slices and Capri Sun kind of fans, or one of those kind of players.
No, he's not one of those players.
No,
he's not a hard slice of Capri
old school
player.
He's an old school player. Dude, him trying to yam on KD last night.
I mean, he tried to take a soul.
I jumped off the couch. I was like, oh my God. I was great.
Dude, he is, the way he picks up 94 feet.
So good.
And LaMelo Ball was frustrated. Like,
how about Darrell's brother?
DeLon was frustrated. Even DeLon, Darrell said it. He's like, man, DeLon was like, man, this GP2 dude, I can't even touch the ball because of this guy. And then he's frustrating Harden. He's frustrating KD.
Yes.
He's guarding KD. He's a perfect fit for this team.
He is.
510 saying, he's the new Sean Livingston. I don't think the Warriors have had a player like this.
Yeah, he's different.
They haven't had a guy like this.
He's got more he's pest, man. He's those guys, when you go to the Y, that guy that you just can't stand is guarding. You're like, oh, God. And it's just going to make your night completely horrible and get all up in you. Mm-hmm. That's this dude. And here's the other thing about him that I really, truly appreciate. You could tell he's soaking up the moment from these other people and just realizes, man, the fit and the timing and everything's just working out perfect. That guy feels like he's in the zone right now.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it.
It's been so good to see him. And I'll be real, B. I thought the Avery Bradley waving I don't know. And it ended up being such a great move.
Yeah, Avery Bradley is a thing of the past to me.
No,
5 years ago, he was solid, right?
But it sounded like
really
the players
good.
wanted him.
But he's been injured, and we heard the report. We heard the report that Dre and Steph wanted Avery Bradley, but Avery Bradley looked cooked in the preseason. Like, you watching those preseason, he didn't know where to be. The shot looked flat, and he's a walking injury. I'd rather take a shot on a guy like this as opposed to Avery Bradley. Like, I didn't get the hype with Avery Bradley. I felt like it was a move 4 years too late.
Okay.
4 years too late. It's one of those guys, but you kick the tires on him, and you let him compete. And they brought GP2 back, so.
And doesn't this go back into that same equation where it's like, you got to get people that I recognize. You got to trade all these pieces, and it's got to be people that I know. Like we do the name recognition game as fans. It's the same thing with Ben Simmons or Bradley Beal. We got to trade for one of those guys. Remember there was a time people wanted LaMarcus Aldridge traded to the Warriors? I mean, this is a great.
Yeah, that was like.
I mean, this is a great text right here, and this is Gary Payton the second right here. He's a super likable Pat Bev.
Yeah.
That's a great way of putting it.
Yeah.
I even think he's more athletic than Pat Bev.
He's a lot more athletic than Pat Bev. Pat Bev ain't dunking. By the way, we do this we're going to start doing this at 8:11 every single day until Clay gets back.
Yes.
We're a little late today because we had GP2 on the line, but here's our Clay update. It's 11 after the hour. Hit it, Langford.
I ain't had this in a long time. I ain't feel like this in a long time. Just to feel like this, it took a long time, yeah.
Klay Thompson's return is imminent.
Right side, Clay takes a dribble. Now the three. Got it! An NBA record for Klay Thompson. 14 threes.
It's time for 11 on 11.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
Your Klay Thompson update of the day.
He played 5-on-5 yesterday, and then I think he's going to play 5-on-5 tomorrow. You know, I got good reports, and you know he's got to keep going. A 2-year absence requires a lot of work, not just the rehab, but you know the endurance, the strength. So it's great that he's playing 5-on-5, but you know, it doesn't mean he's going to be ready to, you know, step on an NBA floor, you know, next week or something. So, but he's progressing really well.
He's progressing, and when he gets back, it's going to be on and popping. Klay Thompson now playing 5-on-5. That's your Klay Thompson update of the day. He's playing 5-on-5. It's just a matter of time, folks, before we see 11 back on the floor. Let's go to Bay Rob real quick.
Let's go, Bay.
And Gene, before we get to Rick Barry here at 8:30. Bay Rob, long time no talk. What's happening?
What's up? Top of the morning, fellas. Can y'all hear me good? I'm dropping the little one off, but yeah, man, I told you what we talked about Vontae when the season. I said I don't want to trade nobody.
Yep.
I said when we get all our pieces together, we was gonna be good. I told you we was gonna be good. I said keep two-way win, we gonna be good. I already seen it from the last season. Only thing we was lacking last season was rebounded. I seen the chemistry coming together, baby. It's going to be all good. It's on. I can't wait.
I can't either.
Hey, Bay Rob, you're on it. You're on it. You're on it because Steve Kerr mentioned this. This year is a carryover from last year. The last 2 months of the season, and I know Wiseman got hurt, Oubre got hurt, and you're rolling like 8 deep. But Jordan Poole got better during that stretch, and he got to play in big games, got to play in important games. That was important for Jordan Poole's development.
That's a great point.
Draymond got to taste it again. Like, okay, yeah, we're close. Steph was Steph. Steph averaged 37 a game over the last 2 months.
With a broken butt.
A broken butt.
Or whatever they call it.
Broken butt, tailbone, whatever you want to say.
I think today's Wednesday, so Dr. Narav Pandya is going to be on with
You could ask him. Yeah. We need to get Dr. Narav Pandya. I feel like he's cheating.
They got their own segment. I actually heard the commercial earlier today with Dibs. It was fantastic.
Still, Doctor always tweets at us. Doctor's always talking about us.
I'm a supportive teammate. I'll be tuned in every Wednesday. I want to know who's in and who's out.
Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening? Get to Gene real quick. 30 seconds. No, Gene. Real quick. Gene, got 30 seconds, man. Real quick. We got to get to Rick Barry.
I'll be as quick. All right. I'll be fast. Okay, so I'm watching the game last night, and I'm watching poor Kevin Durant looking dejected towards the end of the game, sitting on the sidelines, and one big thought bubble came to mind. I'm thinking, he must be thinking, Jesus, you know, here I am stuck with James and the no-names and QAnon Kyrie. Like, what the hell did I do wrong? And worse yet, they're screaming MVP for Curry. Like, maybe I should be talking to my agent tomorrow and see if I can get out of this damn contract. Anyways, just my weird thoughts.
Gene, you're on it, man. We're going to ask Rick Barry about that. You think Kevin Durant regrets leaving? What is happening out here in the Bay Area with the Golden State Warriors? Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer, NBA champ, former Warrior legend. He's on next year on The Roast.
Coming this Tuesday, the Morning Roast is proud to present.
just treat your fries as an afterthought, all you're left with are cold, soggy fries. That's why Wendy's new fries are ones you won't forget, guaranteed to be hot and crispy, or we'll replace them. We're talking natural cut, skin-on fries, perfectly seasoned with a hint of sea salt. In fact, they're even preferred almost 2-to-1 over McDonald's. These are fries so hot and crispy, they beg a new question.
What would you like with your fries?
Try them today, only at Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, taste preference based on a national taste test by an independent research company.
Well, I started my own restaurant because I love to cook. But that also means a lot of greasy pots and pans. And we can't waste time with endless sink changeovers. So we upgraded to Dawn Professional Pot and Pan.
Dawn Professional cleans 58% more pots and pans per sink than the leading competitor.
Less dish soap, fewer changeovers, and more time doing what we love.
Dawn Professional. It's clean. Upgraded. From P&G Professional.
Shop on eBay this holiday season to get more for your dough on stand mixers. Or get more for your buck on this season's hottest tech and gaming gear. And on eBay, you can even get more OMG deals to turn this Black Friday into the best Friday ever. Get more because you save more on premium brands with eBay's exclusive Best Friday Ever deals. Get more when you get it on eBay.
It takes 2 vaccines to help protect you this season, the flu and COVID-19. And now you can get both shots at the same visit. Learn more at cdc.gov/vaccines.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Is your business, high-rise, or HOA in need of quality painting now that teams are returning to offices? MB Jesse Painting offers the most trusted painting services in the Bay Area, completing projects on time. Get a free quote today from the Bay Area painting experts at mbjesse.com. It's time to get to the Hall of Famer. It's time to get to a champ. It's time to get to Rick Barry here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Rick, good morning. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill here on the Morning Roast at 95.7 The Game. And this Warriors team is rolling right now, locking up the Brooklyn Nets last night. 117-99. Steph is Steph. Draymond's Draymond. They're playing team defense. Rick, I got to ask you, what's been the number one most impressive thing of this basketball team so far to start the season?
Well, they're playing Warrior-style basketball during the 5-year run that they had. This is the type of basketball that everybody should be playing. I mean, this is unselfish, pass, move, cut, do the things you need to do, commit to defense, and then you're going to have a chance to win basketball games. And so they've done a tremendous job. I don't think anybody expected them to get off to the start that they've gotten off to. And they had a little slip the other day when they lost the Hornets. But, I mean, that's going to happen. But this is what they have to understand, that right now they're a target. They're not the defending champions, but they're the team that's playing really well. And so every time they step out there on the court, you have to be mentally prepared to play. And even Steph said he didn't think that they were ready to play this game when they came out on the court, that they didn't have the energy that they needed. And what happens, it's what I came up with quite a few years ago doing my broadcasting work. I call it the con job syndrome. And the coaches there, Steve, said, hey, guys, just because this team, is not one of the better teams, we're on the road. We got to be ready to play. These guys, it's a big deal for them. We got to be ready. Yeah, coach, right. But the guys don't really believe it. I mean, they con themselves into thinking that they believe that they have to go out and play their best basketball to win. But down deep inside, they really, truly don't believe that this team can beat them. And sometimes that catches up to you, and that's what happened, to them in that game. And, of course, Steph had a terrible shooting game for him. If he had a bad shooting game, they would have still won the game. I mean, that's how close the game was. So they're a formidable team. And obviously they got themselves ready when they played yesterday. They were still down early, 30-22, I think it was at one stage in the game. And then they kind of just turned it on and played the kind of defense you need to play. Steph had one of his normal Steph Curry type of games. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it, that somebody shoots 64% from three-point range? I mean, guys can't shoot 64% from 10 feet, let alone from where he shoots it from. I mean, he's amazing. He really, I enjoy watching him play more than anybody I've ever watched play the game of basketball. Seriously, I just love watching Steph Curry play because he has so much fun. He enjoys himself so much. He does so many amazing things, and there's never ever been anybody even within close to being the kind of shooter that he is. I mean, Clay is certainly right up there as far as a great shooter, but Clay doesn't create his own shots and do the kind of things that Steph does. And I think Clay would be the first to admit that he's not in the same league as him as far as being a pure shooter. Yeah, but as far as what Steph can do with a basketball and the shots that he can create, because he's not just a shooter. I mean, a shooter from such far range that it's almost beyond comprehension that anybody could shoot that good and make the kind of shots that he makes, but he can get to the basket. He's got ability to finish with both hands. He's a good mid-range shooter. He's a great free throw shooter. I mean, he's indefensible. I mean, he really, truly is indefensible. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you really got to pick him up at half court, but then he can go by you. So, yeah, the guy's amazing. I love watching him play.
Rick Barry with us, legend, number 24, one of the greatest basketball players who ever lived. Rick, you were born and raised in New Jersey, Elizabeth, New Jersey, if memory serves. So you kind of have a good feel for the East Coast in general. I was shocked to see the Warrior fans chanting as loud as they were in Barclays Center, and then to hear MVP chants on the road. I can't remember anything like that. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Well, no, but Steph isn't. He's a different type of a person. He's a normal guy. Okay, so every normal person can relate to Steph Curry. You can't relate to LeBron James, right? You can't relate to Giannis. I mean, these are just these are anomalies. These guys. I mean, they're not normal people. Okay, let's face it. They're incredible specimens. Steph is a normal guy. And so that's why you ask kids, I'm around all the time, oh, I love Steph Curry. Of course they love Steph Curry because they can relate to Steph Curry. He's just a little guy out there doing these amazing things, and his popularity is just, it's off the freaking charts. I mean, and deservedly so. I mean, really, he is truly one of the guys that is worth the price of admission.
No doubt about that. Rick Barry here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Don't forget about the Rick Barry Show, the podcast. He had Chris Millen on November 1st, so that's a good listen there. Two legends, Warrior legends, that is. Rick, when you look at Kevin Durant and you see his face and you see what's happening in Brooklyn with Kyrie Irving and you see what's happening with James Harden, who looks out of shape again to start the season. He's playing that dribble, not passing, flailing all over the place. You think KD, when he was watching the Warriors last night dismantle his team, think he had any regrets about leaving the Bay Area?
Who the heck knows? All I know is that the grass isn't always greener on the other side of the fence. I personally, I would have given up part of my salary to be able to stay and play on a team like the Warriors. I mean, come on. You come from another team, you're a great player, and you have an MVP player willing to allow you to be the guy. I mean, seriously, think about that.
Wow.
Steph allowed him to be the guy because why? Because Steph wants to win and has fun playing. I said before KD got there, I said Kevin Durant is going to get more easy shots and have more fun playing basketball than he's ever had in his life. And I think that's actually what happened. The other, I think, inconsequential things that took place to allow those things to impact your decision to not have a chance to be a part of such an incredibly special team that could have definitely won multiple championships beyond what they already had accomplished if they had all stayed together. I say the same thing. I mean, that it's so sad. Unfortunately, Kobe's not around at all. But I had always said before, when those guys got older, if they were sitting around, they're going to say, "What the hell were we thinking?" I mean, we had a chance to have something so incredibly special.
Yeah.
I just don't understand that. I really don't, because it's not about you. It's not about the individual accomplishments. It's about being part of a special championship quality team. And the Warriors had that going for themselves. It could have been amazing if they had stayed and kept it together. It didn't work out. And right now, I'm sure, KD is, not absolutely thrilled with what's taking place. And it just shows you, when you have players who are willing to sacrifice, who are willing to be ultimate team players, what you can do. There isn't anybody. And if anybody said this before the season, watch out for the Warriors. They're going to be unbelievable this year. With Clay not back yet, not knowing what Wiseman is doing at all, that anybody possibly in their wildest dreams feel the Warriors would be where they are right now and playing the kind of basketball they're playing. And now, Steph even said they got a little chip on their shoulder. They know they're good. And I think that lesson, I think it was a wake-up call for them, the game that they lost the other night.
Right.
Realizing that you have to be mentally ready to play every day, because every game for the rest of the season for these guys can be the biggest game for that team that they're playing that particular night. So they have to be mentally prepared to go out and put forth the effort necessary, especially on the defensive end of the court, and then just play their unselfish ball. Hey, they'll have some nights where maybe the shots aren't dropping. That's going to happen. I mean, come on, as great as Steph was, he was horrible the other night shooting, and he shoots 64% last night. So, I mean, those things happen. But they still were in the game. They still had a chance to win that game despite the fact that they didn't play anywhere near the quality of basketball they're capable of playing.
Yeah. And you're talking about giving up money for championships. I'm looking at your Instagram right now. It looks like you won another championship in pickleball again in the Pro-Am, the Masters. Congratulations on that. And I see a guy who looks very young next to you who's holding the trophy with you, but I see a young guy on the court with the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga, who, man, I'm really in love with what I'm seeing. What do you see in Jonathan Kuminga, Rick?
Well, I'm glad. Well, he has to learn a lot. I mean, he's got to become a better and more consistent shooter. What I liked about him that I got to see when, obviously, early on when they were doing stuff in the summer league and what have you, is that he has a nice feel for the game. And I didn't know that because I hadn't really seen him. And that's something can't be taught. I mean, he sees the floor. He can get the ball to people. So he's one of those players who has the ability to create opportunities for his teammates, which is what you want to be able to do if you're an outstanding player. You got to make things a little easier for your teammates. It's not just all about you and what you can get done. So I was very impressed with his court vision and his feel for the game. And the other things can come. I mean, you can become a better shooter. I became a better shooter. I wasn't a great shooter. I was a scorer, but I became a better shooter. That's just something putting the time and the effort in. And if he's smart, he'll just go and work with Clay and Steph.
No doubt. No doubt about that. Rick Barry here.
Pretty good guys to have work with you to help you get better. Yeah.
There's no doubt about that, Rick. Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer here on 95.7 The Game. Andrew Wiggins got out to a slow start this season, woke up against his former team, the Minnesota Timberwolves, with 35 points, 3 threes. He's now making his free throws, Rick, which I know makes you happy. He's shooting nearly 80% from the free throw line, even though it probably can be higher. But Wiggins is starting to come on, and we see why he was the number one pick way back when. He's a talented individual. He's being aggressive, and he helped flip that game yesterday in the second quarter. Can you explain what you're seeing from Andrew Wiggins over the last 4 games?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he was a big factor in the game. I may say it was like 30-22, and the Nets were up, and he had big second quarter that helped get them right back into the game and helped turn things around for him. And he's playing with confidence. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You got to believe in yourself. I mean, you really have to believe in yourself. The fact that he's up to 80% at the free throw line is awesome. You're not a good free throw shooter. I'm sorry. If you're not shooting 80%, you're not a good free throw shooter. Just face the reality of it. 80%. I mean, you get to miss 1 out of every 5, for God's sake. And nobody's trying to stop you from doing it. Same size ball, same size basket. Every single time you can't make 4 out of 5, you should be ashamed of yourself. So he's doing a nice job. And, some guys, it takes a little bit longer for them to make the adjustment and to turn themselves into the kind of player that they had the potential of becoming. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of that because when I first saw him, when he came to the Warriors a couple of seasons ago and everything, Poole was like, what the hell is this? What is he doing? I mean, he's taking the worst freaking shots ever, and he was pressing, and he had a wake-up call. They sent him down to the G League and, was playing at Santa Cruz, and that certainly helped him a lot. Although right now he's going through a little bit of a stretch, struggling. I mean, he was 0 for 7 from threes.
Yeah.
But he still wound up with points, but he's still playing with an air of confidence, and you have to play that way. I mean, if you're a scorer, you got to be a scorer, and you can't be afraid to take the shot. I mean, you have to do it. You're not gonna become a better shooter or have turn your game around if you stop shooting. I mean, you have to do it. But the thing is, it's just a choice. Sometimes this is what he'll learn. It's the choice of the shots that you take. Right? Don't take really super difficult shots. And if you are struggling a little bit, hey, go to the basket, get fouled, get a chance to get to the free throw line, feel the ball going in the basket a little bit. You have to find ways to get yourself out of a funk.
Rick, watching James Harden last night, it's hard to say that the guy has professional pride. He just looks completely out of shape.
It's embarrassing.
Like, as a former pro, I mean, you're sitting there, he's got all the talent in the world, but man, it's just, he's leaving so much to be desired in terms of his career when it's all said and done. What do you think of when I reference James Harden?
Well, I think he was given too much freedom when he went to play for Houston. I mean, to the point of absurdity. I mean, who the hell wants to play in a team when the guy dominates the ball for 20 to 22 seconds of the 24-second clock?
It's awful.
I mean, seriously, it was just not even any fun to watch. No. And I don't think he's a selfish player, but I just think that he was given so much freedom. I mean, if I played with him, I wouldn't have a problem because you know why? Because I knew how to move without the basketball. And I could set my man up. And if I were to do that and get myself open, he's got to throw me the ball because he's going to look like a fool if he doesn't. And he would, because he does get assists and he does see the floor. And so you have to force him to have to go and give the ball up instead of just standing around and everybody watching him go one-on-one and doing the things that he did. To me, it was ugly basketball. It was not team basketball the way it should have been. And I think Mike gave him too much freedom. I really do. But to his credit, you know, last year when he came back, I think he made a really big adjustment when he went there to try to do the right things. But, of course, they have so many other things going on or so screwed up there at the Nets. I mean, God only knows what, you know, with Kyrie Irving's situation. I mean, it's hard. Like, the Warriors right now are confident.
Yep. And they look like a title team, Rick, to you?
Thank you. Well, they're feeling good about themselves, and they're playing a brand of basketball on both ends of the court that would enable you an opportunity to possibly win a championship, depending upon how things go for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
And with the addition, of course, of Clay and Wiseman, and see how and the other guys, how they progress. But right now, they're playing with an air of confidence, which is critical. Mm-hmm. The Nets are not.
No.
The Nets are in disarray. I mean, they got some serious issues and problems. They have so many internal things going on. Mm-hmm. It's hard to go out and to mentally prepare yourself to be ready to play the game the way it needs to be played if things are screwed up in your organization. And right now, things are screwed up with the Nets, and they need to get that back in play and to see what's going to happen. And the same thing. I mean, the Lakers got to get their act together. I mean, and even then, that's a big question mark with all the old guys. Are they going to stay healthy? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, look at the record. The record is not really impressive considering the fact they played most of their games at home.
Yeah.
And they only have, an 8-7 record or whatever the heck it is. I mean, so there's some real issues for a lot of teams that are out there, and but I'm just happy to see the Warriors doing what they're doing because they're fun to watch, and that's what they did during that great 5-year run that they had, and they struggled for a couple of seasons, but you know they put it back together. You know, Bob Myers and the choices that they made with their personnel, and the way that Steve gets them to play and allows them the freedom to do the kind of things that they're capable of doing, but within the framework of playing smart team, unselfish basketball.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because just the other day, your son Scooter called us and said the exact same thing. He's out here in the Bay Area listening to us, so I want you to know, Rick, any one of you or your family members have an open line to the Morning Roast at any given time. Call us anytime you want to just rattle off some takes.
Well, now all you got to do is get my son Canyon to get a chance to play because he'd be such a great Warriors player. I mean, seriously, because he plays the game the way the Warriors play the game. He unselfish, knows the game, can shoot from three. I mean, crazy. Thank God he just won. He was on the USA 3x3 national team that just won the America's Cup and qualified for the World Cup for next year. So that was really kind of cool that the Timberwolves let him go and do that. They won the gold medal. So we'll see. Maybe he'll get an opportunity. But if there was ever a great player, you know, a player that would be a great Warriors type of player, it's my son Canyon. He's the ultimate team player, and so maybe someday he'll get a chance. We'll see.
No doubt. Rick, before we let you go, do you remember watching Gary Payton II in high school at all? Did he play against your sons? Or
no, I don't ever remember him at all.
No? What do you think about him now?
I remember his dad, though.
Yeah, I know you remember his dad. Remember his dad.
yeah, I see his dad all the time in the Big Three because we both coach in the Big Three. I really like Gary a lot, and Gary is a heck of a competitor. He obviously instilled some really great qualities into his son, who gets out there and gets after it, and that's what I respect most about a player is that when you put your uniform on, you got to be prepared to give everything you have every single moment you're out there on that court. I mean, that's just what it should be. If you're a professional, that's the way it should be. And even if you're not a professional, I mean, take pride in what you're doing. And I think the Warriors are starting to take great pride in what they're doing.
Well, Rick, we can't wait to see you back out here. I'm sure you will be honored one of these games as one of the 75 best Warriors ever put on that uniform. They've been honoring a lot of guys, Jason Richardson, Tim Hardaway, Al Adams, everybody. So we can't wait to see you back out here in the Bay Area to watch this phenomenal basketball team.
All right, take care. And I wish everybody, happy Thanksgiving and a blessed Christmas, and enjoy the holiday season. And go Warriors!
Absolutely, Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer. Check out the Rick Barry podcast. Yeah, Chris Woolen on there. Rick Barry loving what he's seeing from the Golden State Warriors, and not loving what he's seeing from the Brooklyn Nets.
I mean, look, it's hard for anyone, even if you're an impartial observer, to watch Kevin Durant last night and say, yeah, dude, you made the right decision leaving Steph Curry. I mean, like, if I'm running a national show today, I'm Colin Cowherd, I'm Stephen A. Smith, I'm insert person X, I'm sitting here saying, you left Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors and the ownership group of Lakeup, the coach of Steve Kerr, the GM, Bob Myers, you left Draymond Green, you left these guys to go play in Brooklyn? And go play with Kyrie Irving, Mr. Unreliable, and then you swung a big deal for James Harden? Man, and then you went with a first-time coach in Steve Nash because you wanted to feel comfortable? Man. It's hard for me not to think about that, though. You disagree?
No, I don't disagree. And last year it looked all good, right? Remember last year it was like, man, Brooklyn, they're set up to win about 3 championships. Kyrie, KD, it's look good. It was all good just a week ago, or in this case, it was all good just a season ago.
Yeah, Jay-Z.
But now it's not all good because Kyrie is selling out his teammates. I don't care what you say. I don't care about anything. You're selling out your teammates. You're selling them. You're hanging them out to dry. Your entire organization, your teammates. Kevin Durant came because of you.
Yeah.
And you're hanging them out to dry. And James Harden, the lack of professionalism from him year in and year out, and the way he plays the game, you heard Rick Barry. I can't. It's tough watching him.
Could you imagine Rick coaching that team with James Harden?
Could you imagine having to root for James Harden on your basketball team?
Well, I loved watching him on USA team because when he came on that 6-man role, he was awesome. I know it's the USA team. You should look good. I get all that. I had fun watching him on USA team being the 6-man. Am I alone in this?
I mean, it's a star of stars.
Yeah,
it's
but
team
he was
loaded.
Really good.
Everybody's going to be good on Team USA.
I know. I'm a sucker. Because that's when I finally started rooting for Kobe when he was on the USA team.
I did like Kobe on the USA team.
Like I loved watching Kobe because it gave me an opportunity to root for him, and it made me appreciate how great he was. Like I know, and I feel really foolish being the lone, person in Warrior Land saying like, Harden's awesome, but it's hard to defend him.
Man, we got some Stephen A. sound coming up. Stephen A. Smith sound coming up here.
What's he saying?
He's on one.
What's he saying?
He's feeling the Warriors right now.
Joe Lacob.
He's sitting next to Joe Lacob at Barclays Center.
Hella jealous.
Ripping the nets. We got some best of. Langford, you got it ready to go?
Yeah, so this clip was about 3 minutes, but I took out the last minute of it and really got the good stuff. And the first 5 seconds are right at the beginning, and then he really just gets into it. You want to hear this? He's talking about the Nets.
Let's do it.
Kevin Durant, I'm sad for you, bro. You all alone. You have no help. KD, you made the wrong decision, bro. And here's why. Because you trusted Kyrie. Kyrie Irving betrayed you. Flat out betrayed you. Left you hanging. And while you sitting up there getting your ass kicked last night, all right? Steph Curry sitting there shimmying and joking around, laughing on the court. They were cheering for Steph Curry in Brooklyn. From opening tap, they were chanting MVP in the Barclays Center, and it wasn't for the dude averaging 28.9 points a game for the Brooklyn Nets. It was for Steph Curry. And then you juxtapose Steph Curry compared to Kyrie Irving, and what do you have? You got Kyrie Irving, who is a showstopper. Kyrie Irving, who is a superstar talent. He is box office and can't be trusted. I actually hope Kyrie Irving gets cut. I mean, this is a disgrace. To sit up there and watch this team last night look like straight garbage.
Wow. Can I kind of want to hear it one more time before we get off the air.
You came into the studio, or I guess into the green room today, and what was the first thing I said to you?
KD
made the wrong move. And it was so obvious. Now I know that whole year everyone was saying he's leaving, and I was wrong, and I was like, nah. If he wants to get the scoring championship, meaning the all-time points in the NBA, this is the place to do it with Golden State. If he wants to win rings, if that's what it's about, building the legacy, winning championships, history doesn't care if you were second fiddle, first fiddle, whatever. You know what we talk about? We talk about Kevin McHale winning 3. We talk about Robert Parrish winning 3. We don't talk about Bird headlining.
Scottie Pippen winning 6.
26.
Ron Harper.
Laurie,
Ron Harper. We don't talk about Ron Harper's stats. We don't talk about his knee injury with the Cleveland Cavaliers. We talk about the rings.
Exactly.
Rings mean things, folks. And it means things.
And when we're separating the all-time greats, right? The all-time greats, the championships absolutely matter. That's the differentiation. And I look at what's going on, and I'm just like, man, KD. And here's the irony. I think the Warriors are, I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yep.
They're better off
without
having him leave because
better off.
Now they got Kuminga with a future. They've got Wiggins, and whether he stays with the team or they've got options. I mean, man, the grass isn't always greener.
One more time. Stephen A. Smith on Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets.
Kevin Durant, I'm sad for you, bro. You all alone. You have no help. KD, you made the wrong decision, bro. And here's why. Because you trusted Kyrie. Kyrie Irving betrayed you. Flat out betrayed you. Left you hanging. And while you sitting up there getting your ass kicked last night, all right? Steph Curry sitting there shimmying and joking around, laughing on the court. They were cheering for Steph Curry in Brooklyn. From opening tap, they were chanting MVP in the Barclays Center, and it wasn't for the dude averaging 28.9 points a game for the Brooklyn Nets. It was for Steph Curry. And then you juxtapose Steph Curry compared to Kyrie Irving, and what do you have? You got Kyrie Irving, who is a showstopper. Kyrie Irving, who is a superstar talent. He is box office and can't be trusted. I actually hope Kyrie Irving gets cut. I mean, this is a disgrace. To sit up there and watch this team last night look like straight garbage.
Wow.
So one thing that he brings up here, and I think this is a great point.
Garbage.
So I coach a lot of youth basketball, and I love to use Steph Curry as an example. Not going into the gym and shooting threes right off the rip. How he treats his teammates. And one of the things I always say is when a teammate lets him down, do you see him throw his hands up? Do you see him throw anyone under the bus?
Nope.
Does he ever rip, I didn't get a good back screen. Wiggins didn't bring it tonight. Draymond got ejected. He never throws his teammates under the bus, never does any of those things. And he's one of the greatest teammates of all time. And I don't think we ever talk about it. Great player. Greater teammate. He's a greater teammate. Kyrie is like the least reliable teammate ever.
I mean, he decided to leave Cleveland. That was playing for championships.
Gave up on Boston.
He wasn't happy. Played Boston. Talked about going to a real NBA city. Year and a half later, I want out. Goes to Brooklyn, convinces KD to come to Brooklyn, and now he's selling out his teammates.
What's up, Dibs?
No, he just doesn't want to have that tracking device, or he doesn't want whatever the other vaccine deniers.
No matter what it is, you're selling out your teammates. Everybody else had to sacrifice. Warriors got Andrew Wiggins' sacrifice, working out well for them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you see the commercials that they're playing on TNT.
I did see that.
These guys,
Tyler Hero.
Yeah, with Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
You had all these guys
Klay had
sacrificing.
A by the way, in that video.
They're all sacrificing. Kyrie Irving is a bad teammate, and James Harden's out of shape. So I don't enjoy watching James Harden play. But that's Kevin Durant's problem. He chose to leave, and it was probably best for both parties.
I think it's less about what Brooklyn is lacking, and it's more about what the Warriors are doing. Because you've got Steph Curry, and he deserves MVP chance, and we're going to talk about the road treatment of greatness going back to previous players who had similar treatment on the road. It's time-honored where you remember being a Warrior fan growing up, guys. It would be, we got to go see the Lakers. You didn't go to watch the Warriors. We love the Warriors, but you knew they'd lose by 15. You went to watch Magic and Worthy and Kareem in my day, and that's just what you did, and that's what fans in Brooklyn shouldn't have that mindset because they should be a favorite. But something that Mark's talked a lot about is there's a difference between the collection of talent and the building of a team. Brooklyn's not a team. The Warriors are a team.
When they used to sell Warrior ticket packages, and I used to buy, there was like an 8-game pack and a 10-game pack. It wasn't a come and see Monte. It was buy the Kobe package, and you get one ticket to the Lakers and then a bunch of Orlando. You know what I mean? Or whatever it was. It's just such a great point, Dibs. And I keep going back. I went to a bunch of Bonds road games, okay? And people hated Bonds. He was a villain. But they came early and watched batting practice. And then no one went and got a beer or a concession when he was at bat. And by the end of the series, he'd get a standing ovation, and he was hated.
Yep.
Curry is beloved.
Well, that's the thing. Steph's different. I think it's an age-old thing. Who's coming to town? It's going to be driven by the opponent. I'd love to go to a Warrior game. Okay, who would you like to see? Is it the Lakers? Is it the Knicks? What star is coming to town? Is Iverson coming to town? This is different, though, because nobody's showing up to boo this guy. This is not just a road game. This is the home of the NBA favorites, filled with stars, and they couldn't care less.
It's crazy.
All they wanted was Steph to try another three to see if he could get to 40 on it.
That's crazy.
I've never seen anything like that. Can you think of another moment in sports where you watched the home of the favorite of that league, filled with stars, fill a building who couldn't give a rip about their own team, and all they wanted to do was cheer somebody? I've never seen something like that
Imagine Patriot fans chanting for Mahomes.
I mean,
in the midst of Brady,
what
MVP.
was that?
So the only time I could think of it, and it's not even close, but like a no-hitter, because I went to a no-hitter down in San Diego for Lincecum, where Padre fans, because at the end you're like, well, now I'm at something historic, and now they've won over, but not like you're talking about from the rip.
That's
You're
different,
also
though.
talking
Yes,
about
that's
Padre
great.
fans.
Thinking about,
It is
You're
different.
talking about Padre fans. These people have been told, wait 5 more years for 50 years.
You're right.
This is, and I know Brooklyn. I don't know what kind of fan base the Nets actually have, but this is New York City.
I got to think Michael Jordan at the guard.
Yes.
Is the only guy who's comparable.
Oracle.
But they would boo him until the point where, Bulls are up by 15 and Jordan's going for 50.
That's a good point.
Now we'll give him love. Last night was from the rip, and I think the one part that we're not giving proper credit to is that Warrior fans now are everywhere because of the dynasty and because of number 30.
The Warriors arrived. I remember traveling to the All-Star game in New York City, 2015. And there was a poster, not even trying to drop, not even just to support Dibs' point here, supporting Dibs' point about the Warrior fans being everywhere. There's a billboard of Steph Curry right there in Times Square.
Yeah, it's
Middle
crazy.
Times Square.
And you
Steph
were in
Curry.
New York for the All-Star game?
I was out there covering
Spadoni?
Journalist.
Whoop, whoop.
Hey,
We talked about it. It's the one whoop, and then the second reference, whoop, whoop.
Hey, just out there doing my job. But he was out there. He was out there with this Times Square.
All you could do is live your life and tell us about it, man. That's all you can do.
I'm just telling you,
only got
support your
one life.
argument.
You got to tell
support your argument, Diz, about Warriors
I
being
love it.
everywhere,
No,
Warrior
and
fans
you're
being
right.
everywhere. But that was a moment for me, like as a Warrior fan, like Steph Curry has a billboard in the middle of Times Square, New York City.
Yeah.
Like,
and now
there's
we're 6
jerseys at
years down the
airport.
road, and so it's exponentially
that's
grown
true.
even more because of what you said, Butch, is that he is such a great teammate. He's a great guy. Even if you don't love the Warriors, you can't look at Steph and say, I hate that guy.
Well, that's different. And then the other thing that really crystallized for me last night, Kevin Durant is still, age-wise, supposed to be at the height of his powers. He seems like he's lost in some sort of vortex that has been built out there. LeBron James is hurt and aging and also on a team where he sort of gets swallowed into a group of big names.
Got a Westbrook problem.
This now, if there was any question, this is Steph's league.
100%.
Yeah.
This is not, there's no more question about who runs the show. You can have your take about who's the best player and what they do and what their physicality brings. This league belongs unequivocally to Steph Curry last night, Exhibit A.
And all the clones who try to mimic him are like, they pale in comparison. Like Trae Young is nowhere near where Steph is. It's just incredible.
It was great to have clones.
Thanks, Jim.
Phenomenal.
Thank you, Jim.
Absolutely great.
Do you have my script ready for me? One more name I'm going to drop you guys, current athletes, because this is the only thing I could think of. When Shohei would come up to bat and they would pitch around him, they'd walk him and everyone would boo. He's not on the level of Steph Curry, but
just
the
like
novelty.
He just got to the party.
I know, but like I have no allegiance to the Angels, and I'm like, I got to watch every Shohei at bat.
For sure, but he's brand new to the party.
True.
Like Steph has been doing this now
12 years,
for over a
13
decade,
years,
and people are seeing him as if it's the first time he's walked into the room. Like the staying power that he has, the effect that he has on people, the effect he has on young fans,
and the flair on the floor, the flare, pulling up, and then the handling, everything.
I'm getting to a point where there's not a whole lot, if anything, I can compare this to.
No doubt. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1, San Francisco and Odyssey Station, sponsored by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Don't forget the 9 a.m. hours brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee. Willard Dibs will go up until noon. I got Gabe Kapler coming up. Your NL Manager of the Year.
One of the first things that I wanted to do after winning Manager of the Year was make sure that I called Willard and Dibs.
Nice. And we appreciate it, Skip. And we will have Gabe Kapler at about 9:15. And hopefully we're going to do Yapler on Kapler at 11:15.
Maybe even Nochi announcing Yapler.
Yeah.
Like, what a moment.
Wow.
Bruce Bochy presenting Gabe Kapler last night.
Right.
Pretty special moment for the organization, for the entire city, I think.
Pretty big.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this.
And an invitation to anybody who had a sparkling Gabe Kapler take 3 years ago.
We all did.
But just like, let's just fall on your sword.
We all did, yeah.
Would love to hear
Did you like
from
to hire
today.
He won me over.
I was very much like, well, let's wait and see.
No.
See, we had Philly.
I wasn't
Come
like,
on,
You got to go to the tape.
No.
Coach.
Yeah.
You gotta
We
go to
can't
the
go
tape.
to the tape. He wasn't here.
I'll bring you the tape. The tape will tell you I wasn't doing victory laps, but I had no negativity about it.
Well,
I mean,
It's hard to replace Bochy.
It's hard to
but
replace Bochy.
I will tell you what I said at the time. I had full 100% faith in moves made by Farhan Zaidi. And if that's who he wanted to hire, my reaction was, okay, let's take a look.
It's hard to ignore the stuff that would happen in LA. Not that it's his fault, but there was so much smoke. The whole thing, I think.
But also the managing in Philly.
Yeah.
He brought the team out to San Francisco one weekend. Bryce Harper hit 2 bombs. This guy was like pulling lefties for lefties. It was like, man, what is this guy doing?
Changed a lot.
My guy Kevin Franzen, who obviously is now embedded over with the Phillies, was telling me from the jump, he's like, believe me, this is not really a Gabe Kapler issue. He is well liked inside the clubhouse. Does he have some things to learn with regard to dealing with people, with regard to how to make a bullpen move? Yeah, who the hell doesn't have things to learn when they get a job for the first time, which was Farhan's point in the opening press conference, that he felt that their analytic, if you will, was that people, the second time they get a shot, are going to do a lot better.
Bochy, Belichick. I mean,
on and on.
The list goes on. That's a great point. I can't
maybe
believe
Kyle Shanahan will do better in his next one.
I just can't believe. I can't believe that
49ers going parade, baby.
Dusty won 3 of these bad boys. Like, I go back to those 90s teams because that's the teams that we fell in love with, me and B. And like, Dusty was just awesome. And him and Kapler are the only ones. Bochy doesn't get one. It's kind of crazy how it's a regular season award, and it's just, you'd think Bochy would have snagged one, and he never did.
Yeah, no, it's not an award necessarily for whoever did the best job. It's
expectations,
right? It's an award for who did better than what we thought you were going to do before the year, and so that's why Gabe Kapler. And by the way, I don't even want to mention your names. You two morons who didn't vote for Gabe Kapler #1, and one of you who didn't even vote for him in the top 3, work on your game. Go figure something. I don't know if you're trying to get attention. That's why I don't want to mention the name. It's almost as if they're trying. Go figure something out. Like that's ridiculous.
That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Willard and Dibs, not embarrassing. They'll take you up until noon. Gabe Kapler in about 6.5 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. Thank you to all the roasters on YouTube, roasters on Twitch, roasters on the text line. Thank you so much for all the phone calls. GP2, Darrell Wright, Rick Barry, fun show. Dubs back in action tomorrow against the Cleveland Cavaliers at 4 p.m. Willard and Dibs coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Feeling a little pressure here today, Debs. I'm feeling it.
How come? Because
just this little anticipation sensation. We got Gabe Kapler somewhere between 6 to 9 minutes from right now. Skip is going to make the call, and we're going to do the darn thing.
It's going to be great. The guy's coming off a 107 win year. That'd be a long career. And manager of the year. I don't know if we can possibly, quote, grill him to make anything uncomfortable, other than, hey, Skip, how's it going? How was your year, Gabe? The vindication sensation is unbelievable for Kapler.
The Warriors are the jumping off point, but real quick, just a question. Have we ever seen anyone in sports, Bay Area sports, beyond, can you think of anyone who flipped a narrative harder and quicker than Gabe Kapler has? 2.5 years. 2.5 years was actually probably one of the most tense press conferences I've ever attended, certainly in the Bay Area, in the introductory press conference for Gabe Kapler, where everybody was in place, full room over there at Oracle Park, wondering why Farhan Zaidi would make this move. And one thing that stood out to me was there was such a drumbeat. There was a drumbeat of negativity about Gabe Kapler before the hire even happened. It was kind of like when you look at your dog. There's a dog park where I take my dog a lot, and unfortunately, one of the sides of the dog park has no fence, and it goes right up against Richardson Bay. And so the dogs can go run into the water if they want. And there's mud down there, and you look, don't do it. Wait, don't do it. Penny, don't. And she'll turn and she'll look at you.
Penny.
And she gives me that look like, should I come back for a treat or should I go take a mud bath?
Totally.
I'm going to go take a mud bath. And that's what Farhan did. Don't do it. No, not Gabe Cap. Don't. I'm hiring Gabe Kapler. And I was like, wow, that took stones. That took a lot of guts to do. How do you like him now?
Well, we'll see. I don't like to judge these hires, Mark, until 5 years.
Let's see.
How you like me now?
Hasn't won a World Series yet, Mark.
I mean, seriously, guy can't win the big one. I mean, I don't know what his deal is.
Get out of here.
You look at what happened, even in that truncated season, David. They were better than they thought. You know, the Giants were right there on the cusp of making the playoffs, which didn't really matter because there was 8 teams, but they were better than expected. And then this past year, much of the talk, including from me here, was, 81-81 would be pretty darn good.
Yeah, that would be progress.
You can get rid of Crawford, Belt, and Cueto by the deadline. Reload some prospects. This year, I said, Mark, was all about 22. It wasn't about 21. It was about 22. And, well, darn it, game after game, day after day, month after month, it became about 21, and it became one of the most remarkable, if not the most remarkable, regular seasons in the history of the Giants organization.
No question. So Gabe's going to hop on here in about 5 minutes. Grant Liffman next hour. It's the Good Doctor on Wednesday. We'll do that in the 11 o'clock hour. Very, very rub the fingernails on the right side of the chest day for Pick Your Battles on my side. Not only did I nail my pick, I nailed my message phone pick. Remember the free pick message phone?
You don't get credit for message phone picks.
I do because I actually went and just did a little parlay on my
chicken,
own.
Okay.
Yeah. Took care of y'all's chicken.
I got another back-to-back bad beats. I mean, your boy, I'm the king of the half-point loss. You take Kentucky and you give 25.5 to Mount St. Mary's.
And they win.
By 25.
Okay, do we know?
80-55.
I would love to know what happened in the final 10 seconds of that game. I have no clue because who watches that? But I'd love to know what happened in the final 10 seconds. Was there a missed free throw? Did something like that happen? That'd be funny. So we'll get into all of that. But I'm telling you, Dibs, I can't remember. If you really think about all the different pieces of last night, one of them was, you ever see like the story where somebody makes their professional sports debut and they cut to the picture of the parents up in the stands?
Yeah.
And it's just like Bob and Mary who look so unathletic, sitting there in a flannel, got a hot dog in one hand, and just like, yeah, we're so proud of little Jimmy. He's out there. And you're just like, how the hell did that family produce a professional athlete? And you wonder if the parents were as surprised as anyone. These freaks of nature that just develop out of nowhere when you didn't see them coming. For me, this was the Warriors last night. I'm like, hold on a second. Well, I get it. I believed you. You were good. But this? You're going to embarrass the Brooklyn Nets on their home floor, and then the double embarrassment which I find even more interesting, is you go to Market One, United States of America, and a team that is filled with stars. At a time in this league, even the star in Kevin Durant, and put aside his history with this organization. But you go to New York City, the capital of USA in terms of attention and markets and all of that. And that crew, that crowd, cheers Steph with MVP chants. Unbelievable.
Unexpected.
Unexpected is an interesting word. I wonder if Gabe Kapler, who joins us now, the manager of the San Francisco Giants, could have expected anything like this when the year started. Skip, first of all, thank you so much for coming on. It's great to catch up with you, and congratulations. I got to wonder if you've had a moment to reflect on this, because I know you're a confident person. I know the organization has been confident in its process. But there's no way that y'all saw this coming this year. So how did this all feel?
First of all, Mark, Dan, good to talk to you guys. I'm glad to be here with you. I was just thinking back to spring training this year and kind of listening to Buster and both Brandon, Evan Longoria, Kevin Gosman, and others talk about what they wanted to accomplish this season. There was no interest in kind of sneaking into the postseason as a wild card team, and I just don't think anybody wanted to set their sights on that. So our veteran players really set the tone and felt like they could have big-time resurgent years, and they did, and that we had enough young players to fill in the gaps, as well as some young bullpen arms that could establish themselves this season. But the vision was there, and so our coaching staff sort of got behind the players and made that the goal to win the National League West. And obviously, nobody predicts stuff like that, but what you do is you believe in the players, and when they say, we think we can do it, you do everything you possibly can to support that vision.
And it took 107 wins, Skip. It wasn't like, you could grind it out with a 90 and 72, a good year, but 107 wins. How do you go from spring training all the way through October, keeping everyone involved and telling everyone their role and making sure that on game day you've got all 25 guys up and ready to contribute?
I think perhaps not enough has been made of kind of the workman-like, teammate-first mentality of this club. And I think the first thing to point out is that from Brandon and Buster, like, these guys have been there. They've been through the biggest moments in Giants history. And so when things got tough this season, they really set the tone, not getting too high or too low. So we kind of had an even keel, steady bunch all the way through. Now, that doesn't mean there wasn't intensity. Our players came to work every day and practiced at a high level to prepare for the game. They were primed for the game, and then they just kind of knew they had been there before, and they let their talent come out, and they allowed their athleticism to come out, and it came out in the biggest moments. And then we were very consistent with that, month in and month out. And I think the numbers, both the performance of the individual players and the performance of our club, reflect that consistency.
So this is really feeling like an established moment for you. You got the contract extension, you're manager of the year. You're going to be here for a while. So I feel like we should kind of take the next step. I want to know, just for the purposes of this and future conversations, do you like Gabe? Do you like Skip? Do you want to go off the board? What do you like here?
You know what? When I talk to a new player and he calls me Skip, that's totally fine. I usually move right to Cap. It's
okay.
A nickname that I've always had. It was my grandfather's nickname, and so I'm really good with Cap, with Skip, with Gabe. My mom calls me Gabriel. If you guys want to go there, that's totally fine. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter to me all that much.
All right, we'll save that one for your mom, and I'll go with Cap. So Cap, here's the next one, which is, we talk so much about expectations not being there this year from outside, and that has a lot to do, as you know, with why you just won Manager of the Year. But you don't get that next year. Now expectations will be there. So how does that dynamic change things for you guys going forward?
You know what? Expectations are not about what you did last year, generally speaking, although that matters. Usually expectations are about are about rosters. What do people think of the roster? So let's take the Giants completely out of the equation. Every team is going to spend their offseason constructing the best possible roster for the 2022 campaign. And then everybody's talked a lot about Pacoda projections. And those rosters will be plugged into a formula that kind of spits out a number of wins that team should have. And sometimes that's sort of what sets expectations. Now, I will say this, and taking a step back, I think our fans in San Francisco and in the Bay, really enjoyed this season. I think that it was a ride that people didn't really expect to go on. And I do think going forward, folks in San Francisco and our fans who are so remarkable this year are going to get behind that and be looking for that sort of ride. So that will kind of raise expectations, the bar for us. And I think we're all pretty excited about doing everything we can to step up and meet that bar.
Fans are also very excited coming off of last year, but a little bit melancholy too because it's the end of the Buster Posey era, 12 years with the club, and now you need a new player in the squad. You need new leadership in the clubhouse. What do you do organizationally to go forward and replace not only Buster on the field, but Buster in the organization?
That's a great point. It's impossible. Nobody's going to fill Buster Posey's shoes in the way that nobody's going to fill Bruce Bochy's shoes. So I don't think we're going to be able to replace the production that Buster brought between the lines at the catcher position. I think we're going to do our best to put two great game callers out there that can really manage a pitching staff and can give us quality at bats in the batter's box, and we're going to do everything we can on that front. There are other ways to cover production. It doesn't have to be from the same position. Sometimes you can get production from other positions. From a leadership in the clubhouse standpoint, Buster is one of a kind. So I don't think you go out saying, "Hey, let's see who can be like Buster in the clubhouse." No, I think everybody has to kind of be themselves, but also be looking for ways to support our teammates. And then also to be challenging our teammates and raising the bar for them, asking for more from them, which is something that Buster did really well. But we really shouldn't try to go out and say, how can we fill Buster's shoes? That's not going to happen.
The National League Manager of the Year, Gabe Kapler, is with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Cap, I wonder if you view this as a strength or a weakness, maybe somewhere in between. You guys have so many free agents. There's a ton of financial flexibility. Farhan's really good with his whole team at building a roster. However, there is the drumbeat of the possible lockout December 1st, meaning the clock is ticking and then you don't know when you'll be able to start building again. How does the team approach an offseason like this?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily unique to the Giants, but I do think teams are working fast. I don't think that's I don't think that's a secret. You're seeing guys start to come off the board, but these are questions that are best suited for front office. It's just to kind of create a little bit of a separation. Field staff really responsible for. And obviously, I have conversations have conversations with Scott Harris, our GM, about the players that we bring in, and I really appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on those decisions. And at the same time, I recognize that whatever roster we have when we get to spring training, our job, and between now and spring training, our job is to get the best out of that roster. So, don't want to get too detailed into what's going on here in the off season, and just say the job of a major league manager and a coaching staff is to get the best out of players, and we'll be looking forward to doing just that.
Part of the bittersweet nature of the offseason for you has got to be the coaching staff changes. You've had a couple coaches get hired. Ron Wotus retires. How rewarding is it for you? And also a little bit, I guess, melancholy to know that you lose guys because they've done well, but now you have to replace them with fresh bodies.
Yeah, look, we are so happy for Donnie Ecker, by way of example. He's our hitting coach, and now he's going to be the bench coach in Texas. We just want to see our group thrive and achieve all of the things that they want to achieve in their careers. And at the same time, it's very difficult to backfill when one of our important staff members, and they're all important in many ways, when we have to backfill. So Pedro Guerrero, one of our new hitting coaches, is going to be on the bench for us. I think one of the things I'm most proud of is that we're now going to have a native Spanish speaker from the Dominican Republic on the bench and being able to communicate in real time with guys like Cairo Estrada and Wilmer Flores and any other native Spanish speakers. Now, Wilmer and Cairo both speak English well, but there's nothing like having somebody communicate with you quickly in your native language in those situations. And that's why I thought it was a really important step to put a native Spanish speaker in the dugout on the hitting coach side.
Gabe Kapler, the National League Manager of the Year, contract extension in the hip pocket. My man, it is so great to have you. Before you run, you got time for a little bit of quick fun on a big finish. Can you do that with us?
Absolutely. I got 3 or 4 more minutes.
Okay.
The precise schedule of Gabe Kapler. Shows up on time and he's out on time. I love it, Cap. Thank you.
There is structure, isn't there? Did the alarm go off at like 6:43? Like how does that work?
I do like using numbers that are not like rounded to the 5 or the 10. So yeah, I'll talk to you guys the next time at like 10:07.
Okay, perfect.
I used to be 3:44, Cap, when I did morning. Exact same thing.
All right, let's do it. It's Gabe Kapler on the big finish. All right, my friend, 2 categories. It's your choice. Do you want to do fun with food or games people play?
Fun with food.
Okay, we knew that. I mean,
had a feeling.
We always offer it up. All right, so first one, everyone loves to talk about you and steak and red meat. So what is the best red meat to ingest, in your opinion, and how do you like to prepare it?
Okay, I really like a ribeye and medium rare, maybe a little bit warmer than medium rare because I just like the outside to feel a little bit hot. I like to prepare it in a sous vide and then finish it in a really hot cast iron with just salt and pepper and maybe a little bit of butter to finish.
Just mouth-watering. I don't know if it's your baritone voice or if it's the description of meat, Cap, but the Food Network wants you in a guest spot.
That was good.
That was a perfect answer.
That's my dream job.
Yeah, seriously, I know some people who know some people, Cap. If this manager thing doesn't work out, we got a soft landing spot for you. Question number 2, Cap, and this might be a hard one for you. What was the last dessert you had?
I eat dessert pretty often, actually, so... big cheesecake guy, and a cheesecake and a good bitter cup of coffee sounds really nice. I really like gelato. I really like salted caramel gelato. I'm really excited about even talking about it. Those are two of my favorites. I'm
having a hard time not having my mind going other places here. I'm getting very, very, very hungry.
Me too.
Last one, Cap. And this can be just kind of your opinion, but what is one dietary secret you feel others should know?
I think the one that stands out to me is just not eating as often as we do as humans. I think we're just so used to eating throughout the day, and I actually think there might be some value in not eating every day. And so my thought is that your body just tends to reset when you stop eating for a little while. When you're constantly eating, you're also constantly digesting, and I don't think your brain works as well that way. So there's a lot more to that, and maybe we could carve out 10 minutes to talk about that specifically one day. But yeah, that would be the one suggestion that I could make.
That sounds good, Cap. I work with a guy who eats every commercial break. This guy's going to town over here.
Gabe and I, we've talked about this enough that I should have taken some of your advice so far. I haven't yet, but there's always tomorrow. Congrats again, Gabe, and thank you so much for coming on.
All right, thanks, fellas. We'll talk to you later.
All right, there he is. That's Gabe Kapler. Yes, National League Manager of the Year, but also budding Food Network superstar.
Yeah.
Sounded like he might be interested in leaving the Giants if the Food Network called, so that actually got a little bit scary. But
it did. Ribeye, sous vide, and salted gelato. And by the way, don't eat. Take a day and don't eat, people.
I'm having a moment right now, and so I'm going to take a moment, and then we'll get to a little reaction to that. Song of the day. Steph Curry. The Warriors are amazeballs. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Obviously, we are going to have more to say on this coming up on 95.7 The Game.
After the week, month, or just day you've had, you deserve to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Parent, structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Just hearing the word cancer can be frightening. At Kaiser Permanente, we're a leader in the prevention, early detection, and treatment of cancer. We keep track of your cancer screenings and remind you when it's time for the next one. And if you ever do hear that word, our teams of specialists use cutting-edge treatments to help make other words like hope, recovery, and cancer-free possible. Kaiser Permanente, tomorrow's healthcare today. Learn more at kp.org/thrive.
For the ones who are always in the know.
Delivery confirmed.
For the ones who keep things running. For the innovators and the problem solvers. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, experienced staff at local branches, and free access to experts to help answer your toughest questions. So whatever challenge you face, we have the knowledge and products to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's not magic that will deliver 1 billion packages to homes across the country this holiday. It's the United States Postal Service. And we don't need a team of reindeer to do it because we've added more vehicles to our fleet. And while we don't come down your chimney, we can pick up presents for you and yours. So if making more holiday deliveries to homes in the U.S. than anyone else seems like magic, that means we're doing our job. Share the magic at USPS.com/helpers.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Church's is adding Applewood smoked Texas cut bacon to our all-white meat chicken sandwich. Yep, these two are best flavors forever. Try our new Texas cut bacon chicken sandwiches today. Church's, bringing that down home flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
So we want to say hello, and also at the same time, I'd like to apologize to our audience on both Twitch and YouTube today.
Why apologize,
What's
Mark?
going on? Because I couldn't keep a straight face listening to Gabe Kapler. Every time he's talking, I'm like doubled over in pain.
We feel.
I'm having my own laughter party over here. It was nothing that he was fantastic.
Yeah.
But he's just so quintessential. He is so himself. When he started to get giddy, when he was talking about salted caramel gelato,
Yeah.
I'm getting excited
Yes.
right now. Just thinking about salted caramel. I mean, I can't handle it. I can't handle it.
It's just,
I'm not mature enough to handle
Well,
it.
it's because I think you hear his voice and you hear yourself doing his voice, and you do it so well.
Oh my
and
gosh!
Now you just have new. Now you have new material.
We do.
Yes.
We have some. So anyway, twitch.tv/957 The Game. What's up? YouTube.com/957 The Game. What's up? And those of you who are not watching there, you are heretofore invited to do so, and we really hope you do. Even though I've always thought, you and I sort of handle audio things maybe better than visual things.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I actually think we're incredibly handsome men, and now we finally have our chance to prove it.
And you lapse into Kapler,
I know.
and you can't help it. Anytime you want to pause.
I might do the whole show as Yapler today.
It's just giddy over
ingrained.
there. We have Brandon Crawford. We've got Gabe Kapler. What can we do for an encore? It's really great.
Obviously, we think that the next guest should be Steph Curry. Did you guys see him last night? He was amazing. I watched him while eating a 12-ounce New York that was in honor of the Brooklyn Nets, and it was delicious.
And the fact that he likes his meat a little bit more well done than your rare crowd, that was a bit of a surprise. I like it to be a
medium
little bit
rare,
of a greater temperature.
Yeah, medium rare, but a warm center.
Right.
Which
it's just it does not end.
I can't. Oh, that was about as much fun as I've ever had during.
That was great.
An interview. It was an excellent question, Dibs.
Yeah, he gave me some love, which is good.
It's a great point. So anyway, Yapler will respond to Kapler.
Okay, good.
A little bit later on in the show. Grant Liffman's going to come on next hour. We got the good doc, Nirav Pandya, later on in the show as well, and a lot to discuss there with 5-on-5 Klay Thompson.
It's big.
That is big. However, and there is no however. I don't want to say it like that. There's no but. There's no however to Klay Thompson getting back on the court. But last night does, in the minds of many, solidify the Golden State Warriors in this moment as the best team in the NBA, doesn't it?
It has to. They have been the best team in the NBA. And you can look at the schedule and say, well, they haven't played anybody. Well, then they boat raced Chicago, and then you go to Brooklyn and you hammer the prohibitive favorite Nets. And so now you can no longer say they haven't played anybody. And you look at Steph Curry, and he's the 12-game MVP, as we like to say, or the 13-game MVP.
Not even close.
But now he's the front runner for MVP. The Brooklyn fans want him to be the MVP.
I think when you look at a game like that and you go to Vegas, because as we all learn, anybody who tries to ever lay a bet, you're like, darn it, Vegas knows more than me. Yeah, yes, they do. Vegas knows more than you. They know more than me. They know more than all of us. So let's look at what Vegas thinks. Well, Vegas still has the Brooklyn Nets as the favorite to win the NBA championship. Do you know in the live odds who number 2 is? That would be your GSW hoop. And then you just watched 2 play 1 on the home of 1, and 1 couldn't even stay in the game. So I don't know if this makes them title favorites. You know what my take is on this. It's November 17th. I'm not doing June. I'm not going to do June, but I will give you this. It's the best team in the NBA right now. So I bring it up with regard to Klay from this standpoint. No matter what Klay's going to be, no matter how great or whatever version of himself he's going to be, yes, this falls in the category of good problem to have, but whatever makeup you currently have, whatever it is, it's good enough to be the best team in the NBA. And a presence like Klay changes your chemistry. That makeup is going to be forced to change. There's going to be the trickle down. Somebody's leaving the starting lineup, probably Jordan Poole. Does Jordan Poole go now to what's his role on the second unit? Now who falls off the second unit? Like, you have to shuffle the deck, and at least for the time being, when he comes back immediately, that might actually mean 1 step back so that you can take 2 steps forward. But it might disrupt chemistry for a moment.
I don't think it will, though, because Klay Thompson and the way he plays. He's a good defender, as I channel my inner Mark Jackson. He's a knockdown shooter, and he's not going to come in and hit the floor and give you 35 minutes a night. He's going to start out in that 10 to 15-minute range. We'll talk to Dr. Pandya at 11:30 about, when he's cleared to play, what the minutes build-up looks like for a player coming off those 2 injuries. And Mark, I mentioned it many times. The last game Klay Thompson played was on my son's 18th birthday. He's now almost 20.
He's about to get a beer.
He'll be 21 in June. Now, Klay,
what's the first beer you're going to suggest to him, by the way? I'm sure he's already had one.
He reportedly may have.
Okay.
Yeah, in junior year in college. But I'd probably get him into something more of a lager. You build him up to the IPAs and the porters and all that. And young people don't usually like beer. It's so bitter. It's an acquired taste.
It's true. Coffee and beer, for whatever reason, the older we get, the better it is.
I'll probably get him into a Natty Light in honor of my late father.
You know me. I drink the sweetest. Like I'm the anti-Kapler. The one area where Kapler and I do not get together is coffee.
And food.
Yeah, well, no.
You're constantly eating.
I'm constantly eating, but give me that medium rare steak, all kinds of different ways.
With a warm center.
Warm center and a salted caramel finish. No doubt. But my coffee's got to have vanilla all over it. Yeah. It's got to have some sort of, milk or cream. It's just got to be, a latte, something like this. I think I drink the sweetest coffee around. If my kid took a sip of this, they'd do bitter beer face. I don't know what it is.
It's not sweet enough.
No, whatever happens, whatever our bodies are doing at age 15 years later, oh yeah, we can do coffee.
Taste buds.
We can do fish.
Yeah.
We can do beer.
Right. Liver and onions.
What happens?
That stuff.
What is it that happens? Like, I want to know this. That's my Food Network question.
I think, not to get all taste buds on you, but I think the taste buds kind of dull over time, so you become more tolerant of flavors. When you're younger, it's gross. I don't think you have yet the established palate. But to your point about upsetting the chemistry and 1 step back to take 2 steps forward, I don't really see it like that, because it'll be, instead of next man up, it's just next man down. So now you take Jordan Poole from, 13 shots last night, and he played pretty well. Well, now he's going to go down to maybe 7 or 8 shots, which at this point in his career, he'll be more productive. Damian Lee, he was a plus 21 last night, by the way, even though he only contributed 5 points. Damian Lee now, his minutes go down, his productivity goes up, and you're already seeing this with Iguodala. The Iguodala, Toscano Anderson, GP2 kind of role. Well, you have 3 guys now to fill that glue guy spot. So the more the merrier, and I think this is where Steve Kerr and, Gabe Kapler did it so beautifully this year where, Darren Ruff didn't play every day. Nobody played every day. But you keep them ready. You let them know their role. Good communicators like Steve Kerr. I don't think they're going to miss a beat when Clay comes back.
Know your role.
And shut your mouth. Totally.
Let me bring up a couple of recent Bay Area games / events that you'll remember. I'm thinking of a 5-0 2019 49ers team hosting the Carolina Panthers and blowing them off the field. I'm thinking of the San Francisco Giants of last year when they had lost the first 4 games head-to-head against the Dodgers, and then in Dodger Stadium won 3 in a row. And included in that, I think, actually, was the Talkman catch game, the extra innings, Lamont Wade 8-5 victory over the Los Angeles Dodgers. Why do I bring those up today? Those were moments when a really good team, each time a really good team was told by the masses,
we're not buying it.
You haven't played anybody. I'm playing it. It makes me laugh every time because I actually don't know if there are a lot of examples in professional sports where somebody rocks out. Let's say you're a football team. You rock out to an 11-1 start. And people are like, yeah, but who have you played? Like, when does that ever happen? And then, oh, you're right. We played a couple good teams, and it turns out we totally stink.
Right.
That doesn't happen in pro sports, but we do it every year. You haven't played anybody. Wake me up when you blank. So last night is the Warriors Carolina Panthers. It's the Warriors 3 in a row at Dodger Stadium against the Dodgers. It's that moment where you went, oh, you mean your 11-2 record is real? We're supposed to believe it? That's right, you are, and it leads to our song of the day. Spadone, let's roll.
Our love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. Curry! Then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried.
Back to Wiseman.
That was my tweet in the fourth quarter last night. My tweet was, okay, Warriors, we believe you. Fine. Calm down. Jeez, it was almost like they were mad at somebody. Like, what are you trying to convince me of? Like, we get it. Man.
I'm mad at you.
They ran them off the floor. Screaming A. Smith is having a morning. He's having a morning. Screaming and yelling about the embarrassment.
It's not bad.
That is the Brooklyn Nets.
I love it.
A piece of me. It's a very, 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 very small piece of me, but it is a piece of me. There's like one strand of DNA that looked at Kevin Durant last night and went, "Yeesh, oh, I feel bad for you. Like, you could have stayed."
Who are you?
But today is the first day in the history of I'm glad Kevin left.
No, I've been glad.
Really?
Yeah, just because of the way he comports himself off the floor.
Okay.
It's a little bit off-putting to me.
But for basketball reasons.
I love his game. And, I would love for the Warriors to win without him again because they won before he got here. He's an unbelievable talent, and he's a singular personality in a unique sort of way, but I don't really miss him being here, quote unquote, especially now the way this team is. The identity of this team, and I talked about it before. It's a rejuvenated Andrew Wiggins, by the way, going hard to the cup and getting an and one. It's Draymond Green and the Snarling Dogs, as I like to call them. Draymond's Dogs, JTA, and GP2, the Mitten, and Andre Iguodala in his last stand, and Kevon Looney, these understated, underrated guys. And then, oh, by the way, you have a player who is deadly anywhere inside of 50 feet. I mean, his range continues to get further and further away. Oh. He was 9 of 14 from distance. The rest of the team, 4 for 26.
Yeah.
And you still won in a blowout. That's the thing, Mark.
The man loves his New York. Whatever he doesn't like about L.A., man, he loves his New York. That guy is dialed in when he gets to New York City. And it's the best watch out there. But here's what I sort of mean about Kevin Durant. And I am willing, let me just go ahead and say this right off the top, I am willing to die on this vine because I know that a lot of you don't understand what I mean or don't agree with me when I say, for instance, our Rams 49ers conversation from the last week. You don't really get into the whole, like, who cares how the team is built? It's about winning. I'm sorry, it's not. If you experience 3 Warriors championships and you're a Warriors fan, you know that the first one was more special than 2 and 3. It was.
Never as good as the first time.
Well, part of it was that it was the first time. The other part is that the first time felt very organic, and those were your guys. Then Kevin came, and it was like, okay, now we're just going to squash everybody, and it's different. So the reason I feel like today is, if not the first day, the biggest day in the We're Glad Kevin Left party is because this Warrior group, which now looks like it could be a title contender again, is once again organic. It feels like your team. It was built from the ground up. Its stars are all from here, drafted here. It has new players that have been drafted here. Give me that kind of championship over the other kind of championship. Now, give me the other kind of championship over having a bad homegrown team. Don't get me wrong.
Of course.
But that's why this is so good. You're going back to not just good team, maybe great team, but really, really easy to root for team. And that's been a while.
And I think the organic nature of it matters a lot. And you talk about the 49ers and the championship in 1982, which was unexpected, like the Warriors' first title, where, the Warriors came off of a playoff year and they took not just a step forward, but leaps forward. 67 wins in the regular year, and then you win the championship. It felt unexpected, even though they were the best in the regular year. Same thing with the Niners when they beat Dallas on the catch. They were coming off a bad year. They had a surprisingly good year, and then that championship, at least to me, Mark, felt more special than the subsequent 4 that you got because there was that feeling of, well, we should do this, especially when you beat the Chargers and you're favored by, 18 points in the Super Bowl.
Right.
That one didn't have that same feeling, and then Deion Sanders, when he came, he wasn't homegrown, to your point. So this group, JTA and GP2 and Iguodala coming home, even though he's been elsewhere, he feels like one of us. And really the most surprising part of all to me is Andrew Wiggins is playing his way into our hearts now. He's feeling more like one of us. Last night, he goes to the cup, contact, finish. They go to a timeout. He's going over to the bench, and I think it was Gary Payton comes over and pushes him, and they're rubbing him, and he's smiling. It feels now like Andrew Wiggins is really a part of this team.
It's always better when you don't see it coming.
Right.
And yes, I'm talking about sports.
Okay.
It's always better when you don't see it coming.
Shoulder.
No, it's always. I just want to know whose D came out first. Always better that way.
Yeah, wow.
Wow, you guys, the under hits. I thought you'd wait maybe till tomorrow.
Oh, no.
You didn't even get out of the first hour.
Yeah. There's no way we wait on that.
Join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/957 The Game. Join us on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game. Grant Liffman, next hour. A couple of texts that these are pretty funny. 510, hey guys, great show, but I'm a believer. Sucks, y'all can't be playing that. Controversial take for sure. 707, hey, I just got an alert on my phone that Giants manager Gabe Kapler was on the show. Did he really, or were you two just horsing around again pretending to be Gabe?
Boy, that's a great question.
I feel as if
the answer to your question is invariably both. Both things are true at the same time. Gabe Kapler will join us next hour. Gabe Kapler did join us last hour. Odyssey app if you missed it and you want to check that out. Bruce Bochy might introduce Gabe Kapler just like he introduced Gabe Kapler yesterday. So lots going on, including Grant Liffman from NBC Sports Bay Area jumping in, and we're wide open for your calls as well at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Coming this Tuesday, the Morning Roast is proud. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I just want to take a moment to address Mitch Stacy, a Cincinnati Reds beat writer who left me off of the Manager of the Year ballot entirely. And I just want to say to Mitch that when you next come to San Francisco, your steak will be cooked well done.
That's what he gets, huh?
That's what you get. I'm almost mad at myself for saying that name. I believe this now when it comes to MVP votes, Manager of the Year votes, Rookie of the Year votes, whatever it is. There are writers out there who are trying to get invited on talk shows. And I fell into the trap yesterday. I texted you guys. I'm like, do we want to get Mitch Stacy, who left Gabe Kapler, not first, not second, not third. We don't even know if he got fourth on Mitch Stacy's ballot because there is no fourth.
There is no fourth.
You left him off.
Number 5.
You left him off the ballot entirely. And it's kind of like, to me, it feels like the guy who jumps out on the field without his clothes in the Super Bowl and runs around with a, betus.com sign around his chest or whatever. It's like, don't give them the attention they're asking for because that's all they're asking for. Is Mitch Stacy just trying to get on talk shows? That's absurd.
To not have him at all in the top 3.
I mean, it's actually absurd to not have him one.
Well, Kapler got 28 of 30
first place votes.
He got 1 second. He did not get a third.
And then a fifth.
Craig Counsell got 1 first place vote, which fine. And I'm not sure if you know
Milwaukee Brewers. Yeah.
I don't know if you know if it was the same writer, the Cincinnati writer, who voted him first.
No, I think Counsell was the guy who put Kapler second, not Mitch Stacy. I think Mitch Stacy went with Schilt, right?
He got 1 first place vote.
That's who Mitch Stacy went with.
And 11 thirds for Schilt, who he finished in third.
Yeah, they did a great job.
Snitker got 4 seconds and 9 thirds, which is good.
And the Snitker is fun to say, too.
And Snitker actually would be my second or third choice because of what he did with a roster of new. It was name tag baseball for them with all the new players they got at the deadline. And then Dave Roberts, he got 6 third place votes, which... Fine.
Yeah.
They did have an unbelievable year, but they have a ton of talent.
Yeah, if you don't win 100 games with that team, I'm like, what are you doing here? Like, what is your job here? Do you have a job? Do you just have coffee in the break room? Like, what do you roll out of bed and get 100 wins with that roster? So nothing against Dave Roberts. He did fine. But he should not. He should not have been. To me, yes, Schilt in the conversation, Counsell in the conversation. Kapler is the conversation. Should have gotten all 30 first place votes, but whatever. I guess whatever.
Mitch Stacy, Associated Press, by the way, covering the Reds.
Disassociated Press.
And he big fan of the Wiener Dog.
Oh, well, who's not? So yeah, that works well. All right, again with Willard and Dibs, twitch.tv/957 The Game. And youtube.com/957 The Game. You have the opportunity to find out right now how handsome we actually are. And there's no debating that of all the shows, at least today, on our station, the most handsome guest list, definitely ours. I mean, to go from Gabe Kapler to Grant Liffman, holy smokes.
And
those are
neither
some
will hold a candle to the good doctor Nirav Pandya at 11:30.
The reason I left off the good doc to start is that I wanted to make a parallel between the very manicured beards of Gabe Kapler to Grant Liffman. Probably the top 2 in this market, at least in terms of sports.
Pretty impressive. A couple of great beards. And then the tightly coiffed and freshly shaven dome of a Dr. Nirav Pandya, which
Nothing
I think I need to start
at.
emulating that,
Right,
Mark.
right.
I go for the Augusta National 16th green look. Keep it tight. My head's rolling at like a 12 on the stimp. Hello, friends.
Are you air raiding that green up there right now? What are you doing to that thing?
We freshly punched my head.
Okay.
And in 2 to 3 weeks, it will be back growing even. Hello again, friends. I've debated going complete bikini wax up top. But instead, my head is rolling into 12 on the stimp. And remember, coming up in 5 months live from Augusta, my favorite 4 days of the year, Mark, it's the Masters.
Can we ever do the show there?
I would love to.
I think, from what I'm told...
Stay tuned.
You know people who have access.
I know, but I think it takes 7 acts of God.
To get a credential?
Yeah. Yes. That's exactly. And not just a credential. I mean... Like, to be able to set up a table and just be like, all right, a couple of dorks hanging out here.
Totally.
I just think, so, Hootie or whoever runs that stupid thing out there with his green jacket's going to be like, that's going to be a no. That's going to be a no from me, dog. We're not letting Willard Dibs on the premises so they can yuck it up.
I love it. Yeah, give me Mount St. Mary's and the points, These two knuckleheads.
Can you imagine? Oh, gosh.
Maybe we could be out with John Daly at the Hooters, which is about 100 yards away in the parking lot.
Double Eagle Club right across the street. Mark it down. Oh, my gosh.
Let's make this happen.
It's so great. It's so great.
When my brother and I went out in 2010, we rented a house. And this was pre-Airbnb. This is back, hey, you just rented somebody's house.
Yeah.
And
well, that's what everybody in that neighborhood does for the Masters.
Exactly.
They all leave because it's like they can pay for their rent for the rest of the year.
Totally.
If they just rent out to a player or something like that. I mean, depending on your house.
Well, no player would stay in this shack.
Okay.
It's more of a condo, quite frankly, down by the river.
Yeah.
But
you're living in a condo down by the river.
I'll give you 2.
Yeah, only a 2.
It's a good effort.
I didn't work on it that
But
hard.
yeah, I'd love to do that. And the Masters coming up, and we'll get to April, and that'll be right when the NBA regular season is
Comes
wrapping
to a
up.
close.
And now we're not going to be. I don't think we're going to be sweating. Oh, the Warriors going to be a top 6. Right now, you're thinking,
could they be the one?
Could they be the one? Number one.
Number one. After Thanksgiving, I think the week after Thanksgiving, they got a little home and home with the Phoenix Suns. I'm going to circle that right now as the next, okay, let's really get a barometer, because it's one thing to do what they did last night. That's the other conference. I mean, maybe the Nets are better than the Suns. Maybe they're not. They look a little bit out of sorts right now. But there were 2 very clear things that come to mind when you watch a game like that, which is, A, yes, we are now full believers. There's not really anything left in terms of, you got to pass this test or pass that. This is right now, okay? I'm just saying right now, this is the best team in the NBA. So that was takeaway 1. But takeaway 2, this NBA that we talk about, it belongs to Steph Curry. And we do this in NBA. It's almost like the individual power rankings are more important than the team power rankings. Whose league is it? Whose team is it? And it's been LeBron's league really in effect for 15 years. But he's hurt right now. He's on a team that's not playing very well. He's also swallowed up into a group of stars, even though they are not on his level. Anthony Davis, Russell Westbrook, stars from years gone by, Dwight Howard, Carmelo Anthony. So that sort of swallows it all up. For me, you take our opinion out of it. It doesn't matter who you think is the best. It matters how you react to that person. And that was something very organic that happened last night. You went to New York City, USA, into the home building of the favorite of the league, a team that is filled with stars, and its fan base was there to see Steph and chant for Steph and root for Steph and chant MVP for Steph. Kevin Durant had to throw open his mouth a little bit. He's like, really? You're going to do that here too? Like, I left Oracle to get away from this, and you're going to do this here? It crystallized for me that this is his league.
His league.
He is the number one show. He is the number one player. They're different styles and all of that, but there's no debating this right now. He runs this show.
Right. And that's where you start to get into a special pantheon, because when we talked about Tiger Woods, when he was Tiger Woods, golf, it was his sport. It was his league. It was his globe. Golf was Tiger Woods. Michael Jordan was that for basketball. Now, Steph hasn't quite gotten to that level, but he is right now. Right now, the NBA is Steph's league. And just hearing you describe that in that way, I thought about the NFL. The NFL was Tom Brady's league.
Still kind of is a little bit.
Still kind of is.
A little bit.
I was thinking about Patrick Mahomes. It was Mahomes' league for 2 seasons.
It was about to be, yes.
He wins the Super Bowl, he loses the Super Bowl, and he's the best player, he's the best quarterback and all that. Well, this year, it hasn't really been his league anymore, to the point where it's Steph's league. And you go to New York, and this is one of my big pet peeves is, New York's the Mecca. It's the Mecca of basketball. New York is not the Mecca of basketball. There was a time when it was the Mecca 50 years ago. New York, you are not the Mecca anymore.
You know what? New York is interesting. I think that people think it's a baseball town because of the attention that the Yankees get. I've only been to New York a handful of times. My perception is, though, that it is a basketball town in waiting. But the Nets are not what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the Knicks. And the reason that their hoops love does get muted is because the Knicks are never good. But to me, you can tell what makes a town tick based on when the team is at its highest power. I actually don't know. We look at our own market. When the Warriors are at the top of their power, my gosh, they've owned the ratings in the sports bars and all of that. The 49ers have the longest running success period, right, with what they built back in the 80s. And you look at what the Giants did over the last decade plus, 1 million people showing up to the parade in 2010 and all of that. I don't know. This town might be as even as I've seen in terms of what team makes the city tick. I think the Knicks would make the city tick if they were ever any good.
Right.
But James Dolan, and so they're not.
But that's my point about the city being considered the, quote, Mecca of basketball. The Knicks haven't won a title since the 70s, and they haven't really been good since 1994 in the OJ chase when the game was relegated to the small box and the White Bronco was given the big box as we went to double box. Let's go to double boxes live back in 1994. I angrily called KRON, then the NBC affiliate, and demanded that they switch the boxes, which they never did.
They never did.
Put the Bronco in the small box. Give me the game. It was game 6, I believe, NBA Finals.
Maybe that was the first foray into what our society was going to become.
You're right.
Which is, take a look at the NBA now. We're more interested in free agency rumors than we are in the Tuesday night game. Like, we want the drama.
The sideshow.
So give me the Bronco on the big screen, and then, you just tell me about what happened in the game. That's kind of what's happened, isn't it?
And that's what makes the Steph Curry run even more remarkable, because his story is exclusively a basketball story. He has no off-court drama. Yeah, he has great charitable causes, and he's got a lovely family. The only possible controversy, as the Brits would say, is revolving around his parents and their ugly split. But that doesn't affect Steph. That's not a Steph
Remember
issue.
that one time that he threw his mouthpiece?
I'll never forget it.
That was awful.
Oh, spit flew everywhere.
Disgusting display.
He does that now. It's a felony with particles and droplets, etc. But that's what makes, I think, the Steph thing so unbelievable. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
The whole Steph Curry phenomenon is him on the floor. And, the more that I can't believe it. Well, now it's becoming de rigueur. It's becoming expected when he pulls up from 35 and drains it. And last night with the shimmy shake after he hit his third 3 in the first quarter, the guy is just unbelievable.
Well, he's just so darn mesmerizing. I mean, I've talked about this, and this is my sort of entry point into sports right now with where I'm at in my life. But I've got kids who are, we got one that's just a budding teenager moving into high school. I got a daughter in middle school, and then we got another son who's only in second grade, and they've all got their own sort of view on sports and where that sort of brings me. And there's really one person that galvanizes the whole group of all three of them. And it's Steph Curry. And whatever he is to all of us, sports fans who are 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60, whatever he is to all of us, he's more to them. You have no idea, if you're not sort of where, you and I might be in life, you have no idea what Steph Curry is on a schoolyard. He's everything. Everything. He's bigger than the game. He's the only name that comes up. He's the only person who's emulated. And if I showed up at my house, and very blessed with the job we have, this does happen. If I show up at my house right now and say, let's pretend all the leagues we're playing. Hey, kids, look at this. 4 tickets right down low to tonight's Giants game. 4 tickets right up against the glass for the Sharks tonight. I got 4 tickets to this Sunday's 49ers game, 50-yard line. And I got 4 tickets down in the lower bowl for tonight's Warriors game. No question.
Right.
What's going to get those 3 kids in the car? Steph Curry. Period.
Yeah. It's funny because I was just thinking about the Willard family, and it's 4 for 4 for the Warrior game. All 3 kids are saying yes.
All 3 are excited. They're laced up and in the car without me asking twice.
If it's a trip to San Jose to watch the Sharks, you might get one of the 3 kids to go, and there might be some cajoling. No disrespect to the Sharks, but that's where they are, and thank you, Goo, in the sports
I don't think my
pantheon.
daughter's ever been to a hockey game.
Right.
Yeah, ever.
4 tickets to the Niner game, you might draw a kid and a half.
Right.
If there is such a way.
I could get all 3, but the third one is going to be like I have to promise different food items, like, right, which quarter are we getting popcorn? Like that kind of discussion is happening right out the door. But
Giants would probably be the second closest, just in part because of that beautiful park, though, too.
The 2 boys are in the car. The daughter, what are my friends doing? Can you bring me over to a friend's house? I'll pass.
Right.
Yep.
But to your point about the schoolyard, too, if you go out there, and I remember being a kid and you play every day at recess, and it's like, I'm this player, I'm that player. You don't probably have a lot of kids right now. I'm going to be Gary Payton II today at recess. I'm just going to defend my butt off until that recess bell rings.
Well, you don't even have kids that are going to be LeBron.
Right.
That's my point.
They want to go behind their back and pull up from 30. And, Mark, I see it in CYO. I'm refereeing actually the opening weekend, the Thanksgiving Jamboree coming up next weekend. I make my return.
Okay. What do you get to wear for that?
Stripes.
You get to wear the stripes.
Stripes and a mask.
Okay.
Yeah.
Medium stripes, like tight up against the skin?
I had an extra large last year, but I'm going to get a large so I can go medium a little bit.
There you go. See? Yeah. One conversation with Gabe Kapler and you're already losing weight. Look at you.
Yeah, and I think that it's important that I wear as tight a shirt as possible so as to accentuate all of my gains.
Yeah. I think that I'm looking forward
to
2. Yeah.
It's not my comfort zone.
I mean, I'm going to give you 3 because you impersonated directly to the impersonator. Like
I'm actually doing you.
You're doing me
him.
doing him.
I'm not trying to do him. Thank you. I'll take a 3 instead.
Okay, there you go. See? You talked your way up. Like we went to review and you got an extra point.
I like it.
Good for you.
And I get to keep my timeout because the call was overturned, which is nice. I'm also looking forward to using an electronic whistle because I'm going to have a mask on. I just bought one, like $25. It's a whistle that you use with your hand. So you push a button and it makes the whistle noise.
Like a clapper or something for a whistle? What's happening
Basically,
here?
medic alert. I've fallen and I can't get up.
Which may happen to you someday. Like,
it's happened.
Right? 30, 40 years from now? Is that where you want to go? In the middle of
Patrick's,
refereeing?
I was reffing at St. Pat's, pulled a hammy, 4th grade girls game. That was awkward.
How'd that go?
Terrible. A couple of my buddies were in the corner and they could not stop laughing. I was trailing a break, being led by some 9-year-old, and I pulled up with an ah! Oh, it hurt so much.
I'm telling you, man.
It's grade 1.
You the other side of 40, a basketball court is just not a place to be. It's just not. I did the whole men's league thing, and I can't tell you how many times you turn around, you're like, why'd you just kick me? And the guy's like, I didn't touch you. What are you talking about? Body parts are just snapping for no reason whatsoever. I tore some ligaments in an ankle. I think I told you this. My orthopedic surgeon buddy is talking to me. He goes, what happened? I'm like, I was playing basketball. He goes, oh, that's what keeps me in business. It's people your age. He goes, I got to line out my office of 40-somethings trying to play basketball. He goes, look at me. Look at me. You're done. We're done here with basketball. Sign me up for a 3-point shooting contest. Sure. But I'm not going in the lane.
Oh, Guru still plays.
You crazy?
Guru's out there grown manning people at the 24-hour.
He does have grown man strength.
Yes, he does.
He does.
I think they're soft.
Yeah. He actually looks a little like Karl Anthony Towns.
I'm Batman.
That's right. Just boom, boom, boom. Turn around. Lay it in. Ruben Boom.
I got body envy.
Anyway, yeah, that's who this guy is, and I don't think anything we're saying is surprising people, but I am struck whenever somebody like Steph Curry, who's gotten all the accolades, all the attention, we've said everything we can say about him, but then you have a moment like last night where you're like, well, hold on a second, I haven't seen that before. I haven't seen him go into the home of the NBA favorite, which has all kinds of stars. This wasn't like he went to go play Sacramento. He went to go play in New York, where Kevin Durant, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Blake Griffin play. He went into that building, and they wanted him. I can't compare that to anything. Like, who's the NFL favorite this year? Is it the Bucks?
Probably.
All right. So imagine the 49ers visit the Bucks, and as they take the field, 49ers win the toss, they'll receive. And as Garoppolo takes Jimmy, it's like, what?
Yeah.
And I know that Steph and Jimmy are two totally different entities, but that's what happened last night. The home of the league favorite liked the other guy. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
No, not especially in New York, like you're saying. It's one thing if you go to a town where you haven't had great success, or if he goes home to Charlotte. That didn't even happen in Charlotte, for crying out loud, and he's from there. So to have it happen in the number one market, a place that is maybe second only to Philadelphia in their brusque treatment of road players, they should be booing him every time he touches the ball, but instead they're chanting for him.
Okay, so what should we be worried about? I don't even want to speak. There's the obvious thing that could send this season into a bad spot. I'm not going to say that out loud.
Don't put it into speak it into being. But we all know it's a word that starts with I, and it happens all the time in pro sports. And of course, if that happens, especially to certain individuals,
if that happens to him,
fine, it's over.
Right. Okay. So
we saw it 2 years ago where he broke his hand, and they went 15-50. And it was a wrap.
When there's a good, surprising season that starts to bud, then I think this is where your mind goes. We did this for the Giants all year. Oh, wait till they get to the second half of the season.
Sure.
Every month. Oh, if they lose 2 in a row, here we go. About to fall apart. It never fell apart. They never had a bad month, ever. So as this starts to bud and the Warriors boast this 12-2 start, what's the concern now? Other than that obvious thing we just said, we're going to put that over here. What could go wrong?
I think the only things that you could look at would be slumping. If Steph were to slump in some way, which, again, it seems like a laughable notion. Last night, the rest of the team was 4 for 26 from three-point land, which tells you that without Steph, it would have been like the Charlotte game all over again. So if the supporting cast can't keep up this level of play, if you find your way to where teams start to really dominate you on the glass, because you don't have a lot of front court interior play right now, those are the things that I think are the only ones that could derail you, because the intangibles are there. I mentioned this on our group thread last night, Mark. This team is an unbelievable passing and cutting team. It's more than just Steph and Draymond. It's Andre Iguodala as well. It's Bielitsa, who's a smart player. Porter Jr., my goodness, the effort and the IQ and the ability. How much of a refresher is it from Kelly Oubre Jr. to watch Otto Porter Jr. and the way he plays?
Any of them.
Yeah, for me, Mark, all of the intangibles are things that won't erode. They won't go away. And I talked about this with the Giants. Everyone wanted to talk about the power, and it was great. They were number 2 in the league in home runs. They led the league in home runs for much of the year. People wanted to talk about the great pitching, the bullpen that was so sturdy. For me, the backbone of that whole year was the defense. They were among the best defensive teams in baseball all year long. Not only the Tauchman robbery, but Crawford so seamless and smooth at shortstop. Defensively, they were so good. Buster Posey framing pitches. Casali, a shutout machine.
Well, and then 2 guys who I thought worried people suddenly were good. Wilmer Flores had to take over at third base for a lengthy period and was good. Donovan Solano, who looked like at times last year he had a cement glove, had a really good year when he was playing over at second base. So yeah, you're right. And then that was unexpected, but very effective.
And I think this Warrior team with JTA and the rest of the selfless bench players, the role guys, that to me is totally sustainable. So unless Steph really falls off and other bad things happen, the way that this team is built it's built to last.
Phoenix has won 9 in a row.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Cute little story.
Oh.
Who have they played?
You sunned them. They went into Memphis and won by 25.
Memphis?
The team that beat the Warriors.
Okay. Respect.
I mean, that's right. That's the only reason I bring up.
Where is Ja?
Yeah, where was he?
Yeah. But their 9-game win streak goes home Cleveland, home New Orleans, home Houston, home Atlanta, at Sac, home Portland, at Memphis, at Houston, at Minnesota.
A lot of dogs in there.
That's a lot of dogs.
It's a lot of Houston.
We need more dogs.
1-13, the Rockets. Possible relegation.
Oh, relegation sensation. It's Willard and Dibs. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. And Grant Liffman of NBC Sports Bay Area joins us next. 888-957-9570, the number on 95.7 The Game.
Festivals, football, the great outdoors. Some people say fall is the best time of year.
good news. Our team of painters is ready to take on your project right now. Residential or commercial, we have all the painting services you need to keep your property looking its best.
Contact us today to schedule your free estimate. Call 855-MB-JESSE or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Do you suffer with pain, numbness, or tingling in your feet, legs, hands? This is commonly diagnosed as peripheral neuropathy. Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? Has your doctor told you to just live with the pain?
Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC of SF Bay Wellness at 925-393-0100 today. Peripheral neuropathy is a result of damage to the nerves, and if not treated, nothing can be done once you've sustained 85% nerve loss. SF Bay Wellness combines state-of-the-art painless treatment methods to ensure relief from neuropathy with no injections and no drugs. Call for the $99 neuropathy special, which includes a personal consultation, exam, results of findings, and customized treatment plan. Start seeing relief in only a few sessions by calling 925-393-0100. Call SF Bay Wellness today. 925-393-0100. That's 925-393-0100. And schedule your $99 neuropathy special. Be pain-free in 2021.
Get in on the action at Livermore Casino in downtown Livermore on First Street, the Tri-Valley's only poker destination. Also offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat with no player collection. Enjoy their 24-hour gaming floor, full bar and restaurant with indoor and outdoor patio seating, and watch all your favorite games. Livermore Casino, open 7 days a week. Visit 3571 First Street today in downtown Livermore on First Street. Livermore Casino, the Tri-Valley's place to play. Play responsibly.
The place to be. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. That's what you do when you're good looking like us, Grant. You make sure there's a camera on. Am I right or am I right?
Yeah, no, for sure. You know that stupid joke where they say, oh, you have a face for radio. No, not anymore. Not this show.
No. Grant Lippman, NBC Sports Bay Area, who knows all about that. And we were talking about you earlier because Quien es más macho, as far as the beard, you or Gabe Kapler, what say you?
Oh, it's 100% Gabe. Now, we do need to ask Gabe, though, and I don't want to start rumors. Does he dye his beard? Because, my goodness, it's a real nice punch to it.
Great punch, well-groomed, and never a hair out of place. How much time do you devote to your coiffing, Grant? Because I'm a man who's trying to cultivate a beard of my own, and I just don't have the beard game that you two have.
Honestly, I was really hoping you'd ask that this morning. I spend a fair amount of time, but at this point, I've maintained it for so long. It's a very short process of just keeping it intact. So the manscaping doesn't take as long as you may expect, but it was years of practice.
All right, so if we are going to do Quien es más macho, what if I said Quien es más macho, Warriors or Suns?
I mean, the Warriors are the best team in basketball. They just flat out are right now. If you want to talk soft schedule, well, they're 5-1 against teams over 500. They've demolished the Nets. When they beat teams, they're beating them down, and that's 12 of them. The 2 losses they had could have been wins. There haven't been any wins that you really are going to like, that should have been a loss. The Warriors are the best team in basketball right now. The Suns are super hot, but it's just, if you put them head-to-head right now, I would take the Warriors.
And is it the sustainable nature of this Warrior team, Grant, that has you so excited? Because outside of Steph Curry and his greatness, which we know is on display, the depth of this team seems to be more strength of numbers-ish than we've seen in years.
Absolutely, and that's what's funny is when we used to talk about strength in numbers, the reason it was strength in numbers is because you could put Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson in the second unit, and you still have one of the best starting teams if you put them out there together. So really, in this team, it actually is strength in numbers because you go top to bottom. The fact that they can actually get Jonathan Kuminga in games right now and contribute is just, it makes you wonder when Clay and Wiseman are back, like, who's not going to play anymore? JTA is actually a good player and a good rotational player, and he can't even get in right now. So depth is a great thing. They need to keep all these guys going, and you got to keep the system running. But At some point, they'll probably rest some guys and give some guys some days off, but otherwise, they're in a good spot right now.
Yeah, Grant Liffman, NBC Sports Barrie, you're right. The roles. The roles is what we're all trying to figure out, and while we say things like good problem to have, I don't know that problem is the right word, but it is a thing. And let's spotlight Kuminga. Give me the next 2 months in your vision for what his role will be.
Jonathan Kuminga still, in my opinion, should play a good amount of games in Santa Cruz. And that doesn't mean he has to miss a lot of Warriors games with the big show. But I think it's important that he gets to play and work on his game all around in the Santa Cruz, playing for the C-Dubs. Because with the Warriors, they've done such a good job of simplifying his game to make sure he does certain things very well. And all the credit to Jonathan Kuminga, who's a really young guy, and a lot of times it's hard for these guys to really just hone in on specific things and just throw away other parts of their game. And he's doing that for the Warriors right now. But if you're trying to develop him, get him a lot of minutes, get him that confidence to be an offensive weapon, to see what he can do with the ball in his hands and get comfortable with that, he should play some games down in Santa Cruz as well. But right now, when he gets up there and when he gets in a game, defensively, he's so much more advanced than any young person should be at this point, especially one that everyone considers so raw because he hasn't had that much experience, obviously. He only played one or half a season down in the G League. So just in general, though, the next 2 months, you're going to probably see a lot of the same from him, but I really do hope he gets some games down in Santa Cruz.
I agree, because the offensive development that he can get in the G League is far greater. Right now, offensively, he looks not lost, but very, very much like, let me get the ball to Steph as soon as I can. A player, though, who is showing unbelievable aggressiveness is Andrew Wiggins. Grant, what has kicked in for Wiggins to where he's playing now with more verve than ever?
Yeah, Andrew Wiggins says that it was, he had that nicked up knee and that was kind of holding him back. But I think it's more than that. I think there's a whole confluence of things, and maybe it was just the trigger went off when with the Timberwolves and people saw it and people called him out. Maybe his own team, other ones. Even himself, he says, I need to be more aggressive. But I'm going to put out a word of warning right now, all right? Before, I know everyone wants to write off that the Warriors are fixed and everything's great forever. There have been many moments in Andrew Wiggins' career with the Timberwolves, with other, just throughout his career, where he has stretches where he plays like one of the best players in the NBA. Like, he had a month on the season when he came to the Warriors. He had a month where, I think it was November of that year, where he was averaging like 28 points per game with like 6 rebounds and 6 assists and shooting ungodly percentages. And you're like, oh my God, this guy finally, this is Andrew Wiggins that should have been number 1 pick overall. And then it tails off. So it's just about finding consistency in every game. It's not saying every single game, 100% of the time, he needs to be so aggressive, but majority of the time, in the majority of the games, that's what we need to see from Andrew Wiggins.
Grant, you were around this team when Kevin was on it, and we know that Kevin has gone to great lengths to say, yes, the relationship is still intact with those Warrior players. You saw a good hug between him and Steph and some kind words. That said, in your opinion, what do you think last night was like for him?
I think that was tough. I do. Now, I think Kevin's relationship with the guys is right now best it's been in 2 years. I think the team spending all that time with Draymond in Japan really helped. I think him and Steph really do respect each other, and I think just sometimes, what do they say, the heart grows fonder, distance makes the heart grow fonder? I don't know.
Absence.
Yeah.
Absence, that's the word. Hey, that's why I come to you this morning. Talk about beards and absence.
More than just a couple of pretty faces here, Grant.
I know. That's what they say. I don't even know why they put you on the radio. So, when you look at that, I think the relationship is good. Nothing has been said between Steve Kerr and Kevin Durant at any point in the last, let's say, 6 months. So that's a positive. They also were together around each other a lot in the Olympics. But the point is, you go through all of that, and then Durant sees how much fun the Warriors are having last night. It's not about the MVP chance in Brooklyn. It's not about that. But I think Durant looks at the amount of fun and joy and how much that spirit of what they had back in 2016, 17, 18, those years. He sees that, and I can only imagine that that's tough for him to see because with everything he's dealing with, it's just a different vibe. Now, I'm not saying he's going to go back and say, I regret my decision. No, but, that must have been hard to see.
Yeah, and a lot of joy, and especially when you're getting run, it's hard to have that same joy in Brooklyn. And part of the joy, it seems like, that this Warrior team is kind of basking in is on the defensive end. How much has the addition of the Mitten and JTA kind of as Draymond's sidekicks, how much has that kind of fed into this new fun for the Warriors?
Well, how about this? I just looked it up this morning. Out of all players that have played 20 minutes or more per game, in a majority of the games this season, out of all players in the NBA, Andre Iguodala is the number one ranked player with a defensive rating of 88.6. So Andre Iguodala's addition, when you put him next to Draymond Green, it's made a world of difference. And again, it's hard to see sometimes just because the stats aren't there, right? But if you look at the advanced metrics, Andre Iguodala is playing amazing. How about Steph Curry? Out of all NBA starters, with guys that have played at least 10 games, so not just the one game off people, Steph Curry is ranked number 3 in all starters in the NBA in defensive rating. These guys are really stepping up and hustling on defense. There's a reason why they're number 1 in the NBA in defending the pick and roll per possession, per 100 possessions, and that is what they're doing. They're scrambling, and they're making teams kind of get out of their flow. The pick and roll is the most effective play in the NBA, in the modern NBA, and the Warriors are blowing that up. So at some point, teams will kind of start figuring out the best ways to attack this Warriors defense, but right now, teams are just being kind of caught off guard, especially in that third quarter.
Grant, caught off guard. That's what everyone always says to me when they run into you and they see how good looking you are. They're just like, wow, totally caught off guard. So go take care of you, and thank you so much for hopping on.
Listen, if you guys are to compliment me like this and just say all this BS, yes, I will come back. Fine. Are you struggling for guests?
Gabe Kapler's already been on the show. You tell me, are we struggling for guests? Brandon Crawford yesterday, Gabe Kapler today. We're crushing it.
You got the manager of the year? Okay. No, I feel good. Okay, I'll come back.
All right, thanks, bud.
And flattery will get us everywhere, Grant. We know that.
Everywhere. Thank you, Grant. NBC Sports. Man. Yep, see you, buddy. Grant Liffman, and a great Burlingame Panther, which runs sports media in the Bay for a while. Burlingame Panthers, Grant Liffman, Drew Schiller, Grant Brisby, Peter Hartlaub.
Oh.
Peter Hartlaub is sports adjacent, the pop culture critic for the San Francisco Chronicle.
Big time.
Our dads taught together at Burlingame High School.
I actually met him at his own 40th birthday, during which time he was drinking a 40, which I thought, I love this guy.
Well, if there's any way to endear yourself to anyone, but especially Dan Dibley.
If you turn 40 and you drink a 40, you're immediately my best friend.
Are people still rocking 40s? I feel like not as much as they used to.
I saw one, an empty one, underneath a park bench near the MacArthur BART station yesterday morning.
Was it in a ripped paper bag?
No, but there was a bag nearby.
Okay.
Along with, a
major bag alert?
Along with another couple of mountains of garbage.
Right.
Hashtag Oakland refuse.
I feel like the 40 and the Boone's Farm are not what they used to be.
No, just too much sugar in there. My days, it was the 2-liter bottle of Bartles and James.
I never
wine coolers.
I never didn't have a bottle of Boone's Farm in my hand during my senior trip in Cancun. I don't think I've ever had it any other time in my life.
No.
But that week, it was like part of my hand. It was just in there the whole time. I think just because of the novelty.
And also because the thrill of being able to drink.
Right. I'm like, so wait, I'm 18 and I can just get in this cab with a bottle of wine and just drink it, and you're not going to say anything?
No.
All right, I'm going to do that then.
Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Oasis Phase 2, man. That was our hotel. Oasis Phase 2. That's all you had to know. You didn't have to remember, because you didn't know where you were going to end up.
Sure.
And you just had to tell somebody, Oasis Phase 2, and they would get you back to your room.
And figure out the room from there.
Figure out there, yeah. When we're like, where my key is, I don't know, but somebody's going to get me into that room if you just get me back to the right spot. So, anyway, Anyway, always good to hear from a Burlingame Panther, and I say that as a San Mateo Bearcat. I hate Burlingame Panthers, but I got a bunch of friends over there.
The nugget about Iguodala is it makes sense when you watch defensively what he's done and what Draymond and GP2 and JTA and the whole defensive approach has been incredible. And last night, I think, is a good example where you contain James Harden to a great extent. He never got into that rhythm. Now, you fouled him a little bit more than you wanted to, but that's what Harden does. You contained KD. You managed James Harden. They played a bunch of triangle and 2. They played box and 1. The defensive approach this year has been my second favorite thing to watch on this Warrior team.
They're very smart. I love watching sports when your favorite team feels smart. It's an underrated thing. Like I think it's a huge frustration source whenever you're watching a game. It's kind of, you see it in football a lot, right? A team that commits a lot of penalties, or in baseball, God love him, but Mauricio Dubon on the base paths. What's going on out there, bud? Are you just running until somebody grabs you? Like what? Like, right? Like I love to watch teams that look like they've thought this whole thing out. We know what we're doing. I know where you're supposed to be. This is the beauty of Draymond. Draymond doesn't just know where he's supposed to be. He knows where everybody's supposed to be.
Right.
He knows where the other team's supposed to be. And by the way, he beats him there a lot. He was incredible on KD last night. He was incredible.
And they all took turns, and that's even Kuminga, and I saw Bonte had a tweet, which I loved. He said, I can't wait to see the time when Kuminga's guarding Kevin Durant. And you saw it last night with his length, his youthful exuberance. He's obviously not the best defender yet, but you see that Jonathan Kuminga is interested in playing defense. He wants to play defense. And Andrew Wiggins, everyone talks about two-way wig, which makes me nauseous a little bit, that hand. Oh, two-way wig. All players are supposed to be two-way players.
Supposed to be, although I get it, because when he arrived, we were told he's terrible on defense.
Yeah,
he's
but turns out he's not.
No, not at all.
And even Steph Curry last night, you saw him getting feisty with James Harden. He pokes it away. He dives on the floor. And if the greatest player in the game is devoting that much focus to defense, how can you, as a younger player or a role player, not do the same? And that's why obviously you love watching Steph because he's the singular most entertaining thing in sports right now. But the Warriors' defense, I'm really getting off on it.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game. We see you right there. YouTube.com/957 The Game. We see you. We welcome you as an audience. We send others of you there. Check it out.
Hello.
You'll love how handsome Dibs is. It's amazing what he's done after aerating the greens just a couple of weeks ago. You look fantastic. Neither one of us with a hat now, which is a rarity on this show. And so we welcome you in, and we invite you to stay a while here on Willard and Dibs. I do believe that Gabe Yapler has some things he would like to maybe add. A little translation sensation, if you will.
I like that because Gabe Kapler, who joined us in the 9 o'clock hour, he's very forthright. He gave some great answers, but there were some things that were a little vague.
Well, when you're a leader of people.
Okay, here we go.
No.
I thought we were going there. Dan, thank you for having me.
I mean, obviously, there are some things that I can't say. So when you're a leader of people, there's some politics.
Has to be.
There are some politics.
Look.
So we thought that maybe it would be good to check in on what Gabe said, but what Gabe actually wanted to say. And Gabe Yapler can do that because he doesn't need to answer to anybody.
Right.
You know?
So we're going to read between the lines of Gabe Kapler with Gabe Yapler. And also the good doctor, Nirav Pandya, 11:30. The good doctor's
coming up. We got pick your battles. By the way, did you get an update on so Kentucky, you took minus 25.5. They won by 25. I asked you to do a little recon. Tell me what happened in the final 30 seconds just to tick you off a little bit more. So how did this play out last night?
It's Kentucky against Mount St. Mary's, and the spread's 25.5, 25 in the hook. And as you would figure, Kentucky, they're in pretty good shape the majority of the way. They led by 11 at halftime, so we're trending toward
toying around a little bit.
A little bit, but then you get into the second half, and they go up by 27. It's cut to 25. They go up by 27. It's cut to 25. It all comes down, Mark, to the final possession, and I don't know you, but I instantly hate you. Jetty Cordia, the freshman from the Netherlands. Kentucky's up by 27. I'm going to cover, Mark. Jalen Gibson misses a 3 from Mount St. Mary's. Jetty Cordia, the offensive rebound and the putback. Kentucky wins by 25.
Oh.
I lose by a half a point.
How do you spell Jetty? How do you spell Jetty?
Jedy.
Oh, I was going to be a Return of the Jedi. Like, I mean, he used the Force. He used the Force against you, and he beat you in a takedown. That's unfortunate.
It's a trap.
I'm sorry
These
to hear
aren't the
that.
bets you're looking for.
No, they weren't.
The classic layup with 9 seconds to go. And then, of course, Kentucky with the inbound and the handshakes that took place. I've lost back-to-back games by a half a point.
I had one of those nights you dream about in the gaming community, which is that, feet were just up, smoking jacket on in the second half of these games. Toledo minus 7.5. They were up 35-9, I think. Gave up 2 tutties in the fourth quarter. Didn't matter. Who cares? Miggity Mac. All good. And do you remember I said on my message phone, 1-800-bet. By the way, have you ever stopped during the day and be like, I wonder if anybody's actually tried to call that?
Absolutely. 1-800-bet. Mark.
What happens if you... Hey, Kyle, will you dial 1-800-bet? Make sure it's 17 bets.
Yep.
See who we get. Let's see who we going to get on that.
It would be BETB would be.
That's as far as we can go.
800 or an 888, Mark?
Well, try them both. See what happens.
Top 5.
Don't try 1-900 because that actually might cost you.
Yeah. So
bet is 238.
238, 2382.
Yeah.
So
238,
2382.
2382.
No, don't. Like no.
I was gonna say, well, now you were giving out an actual number.
Will you call it and if she tells you to take your clothes off, then we'll change the bit. But,
I thought maybe the phone would ring because it was an in-house number.
Right.
Maybe we'll dial it in the next segment.
Anyway, on my message phone, call my message phone. Remember I said there was something wrong with the Jazz line.
Yeah.
The Jazz weren't playing well. The Sixers were being competitive. Why were the Jazz minus 10? I was like, what do you know, weird Vegas wise guy person? What do you know? They won by 35 points.
Wow.
35. And they only won by 4 in the fourth. I mean, it was like I turned the game on. It was the doubleheader on TNT. It was right after the Warriors were done. I turned it on. I'm like, oh, my gosh, they are just going to run them out of the building. So it was a smoking jacket parlay. Jazz minus 10, Toledo minus 7.5. Miggity Mac action.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's great. So you're 2-1 and pick your battles.
2-1.
I'm 1-2.
What happened to Spadone?
Yeah.
Didn't you have the Sixers plus 10?
No, I did not. I had the Jazz minus 10, and that actually was not my pick your battles pick. That was my free
I'm
message
run
phone.
Tape on that.
Run tape. Do whatever the heck
it's irrelevant because that wasn't his pick your battles pick.
Or go ahead and do whatever you need to do because I'm that confident. Like I actually played it in that little concocted website you gave me last week, Kyle. I actually played it. And
Stay tuned.
That's right. I won free oranges.
And Kyle, I think, was on the hockey. So
yeah, what did you guys all do? Spadone, did you win or lose?
I lost. It was I played the draw for Canada and Mexico.
Okay.
It was 2-0 late, and Mexico tried to rally. They scored one, but 2-1 Canada.
Well, okay, so we'll put that in the almost column. And then Kyle, what did you do yesterday?
Yeah, I had the Florida Panthers at home against the New York Islanders. 6-1 Panthers, big win.
Yeah. Okay.
Still undefeated at home.
Okay, so you nailed it. So the three of you are all 1-2, and I'm 2-1?
That sounds right.
Oh, okay.
Have I got a pick for you?
All righty then.
I got a gem for you today.
All right. Oh, I bet you do.
I just want to know whose pick is going to come out first.
I'll give you 2. It's really inside.
Look.
It would have helped if Spadoni played the drop right after that.
Obviously, sometimes we say things that come out in a way that we don't mean. But once again, we are not the type of organization that's going to define people by their worst moments. Gabe Yapler wants to translate a thing or two for you. We'll do that. Pick your battles, The Good Doc, twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com/957thegame, Willard and Dibs, 957 the game. I just want to know whose D came out first.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we have multiple controversies we are dealing with right now here in the middle of the Willard and Dibs show on 95.7 The Game.
Please explain.
Oh, I mean, we always do. And you can now, of course, tune into these controversies in multiple places. You got 95.7 The Game. You got the Odyssey app. Okay, of course. And we are brought to you by the Valley Transportation Authority. You've now got twitch.tv/957 The Game. You've got youtube.com/957 The Game. So we welcome you in on all platforms and wherever you are and however you're listening. We very, very, very much appreciate you. And maybe you can help as we work through this. First of all, Gabe Yapler needs to translate a few things that were said by Gabe Kapler earlier on this show. We'll do that in a little bit. The good doc is going to come on in a little bit less than a half hour for Cleared to Play. But I am now my credibility, my words are being attacked. Producer Kyle says that I gave the good audience the Sixers plus 10 yesterday on my message phone as my free pick, free pick. And then we even got a text. 650 Willard definitely said Sixers plus 10 on the air. So we have a crack investigative staff that is on the case of what was actually said on the show yesterday. Kyle, it's all good. Just let us know when you're ready. Are you working on it, or tell us when you have it? We're working on it.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
Efforting.
Yeah.
This would be dramatic because the Jazz won by 30, as you said.
35. 35 points.
And you were watching it, and you were coasting through it. And also, you actually may or may not have bet it in real time.
I put a couple of peanut butter sandwiches on it. Okay. 510 has my back. Mark, you said Utah minus 10, so I bet it, and I won. Thank you. So this is you want to know what's happening right now. This is exactly what happens inside homes across America on a daily basis. I'm sure you've experienced this with your significant other.
Yeah.
I said blank. No, you didn't. You said B. I said A. You said B. I wish I had a tape recorder. I remember specific. Here we go.
Yeah.
This is what's happening.
And usually when that happens, I get quickly to the point of, you know what, you're right. You're right, babe. You said it. I must have forgot. I must have remembered it incorrectly. But the only difference is here we have tape, and we roll tape, and we mark the tape, and we put it in the cap. We put it in the, in your brain.
Well, we're smart. Don't you wish that your life was now like a radio show where we could go to the tape and find out what was actually said? Do we have it? All right, here's yesterday. And whenever I see something wrong in the spread, that's when I want to actually kind of zig when everyone else is zagging. Utah has lost 4 of 5. Something's wrong. They don't look right. They've been getting beat even on their home floor, yet they're laying 10 tonight against the, granted, injured Philly Sixers. But that number is a lot to cover for a team that's not playing well, which means Vegas knows something. Lay the 10 for the Utah Jazz.
It's wow, yes.
Lay the 10.
Vindication sensation.
If you don't speak gamble, lay the 10 means take the favorite.
But this is where people got confused because all in your buildup was Utah's playing poorly.
Correct.
Utah's laying too much. Then you get to the big but, and I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
Good job.
And the big but, thank you. The big but here was, but Vegas knows more than I know.
Thank you.
Therefore,
zig, don't
lay
zag.
the 10, yes.
Lay the 10.
Although the Zags are number 1 in the country now. But
they are.
In this case, Kyle, zig and not zag. He zigged. The texters thought that he'd zag.
Great uptick. It's a lot like the Rams giving 3.5 to the 49ers. The Rams coming off a bad loss in a spot where they should blow out a team that's struggling. It's like that 3.5 seems awfully low, and some person might have even said, I'll lay a touchdown.
It's a trap. It's a trap. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So this is like the classic conversation that happened in Great American Cinema in a convertible once upon a time. I know that you can listen to Jimmy, but do you hear Jimmy? do you actually hear Jimmy?
Jimmy.
Listening skills, people. I can only do what I can do. We need to have listening skills. You need to listen to every word and let people finish sentences, and then you will have more money than if you don't.
Not to cut you off, but you're right. It's one of my favorites. But yeah, and ultimately you wait for the pick, and it's either take the blank or lay the blank. And just as we get closer to pick your battles today, don't get confused by the name of the team that I'll throw out. Just, I will take the points today, which means I have the underdog and I'm getting points my way.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Because your head's gonna swim when you're like, wait, there's such a team as what?
Yeah.
And so that might distract you from the actual pick.
No, I 100%. I know exactly what you're talking about. I do want to let our audience know, especially the ones that are watching on video now as well. I am suffering from exactly what Gabe Kapler, not Gabe Yapler, Gabe Kapler warned us about. He said on the show earlier today that one thing Americans are suffering from is eating too much. Now, that sounds obvious. You're like, hello, we're an obese nation.
Fat?
He said, no, not in terms of overall eating, but how often we eat. We should, in fact, go days sometimes without eating. It shocked me, this guy who loves so much protein, the last time I talked to him about food, he said he usually does not touch food until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I'm like, Gabe, I would faint if I did that. But now what's happening to me? I'm trying to do a radio show with a piece of turkey burger stuck in my throat because I eat every commercial break. I should have listened to Gabe.
You should have.
Should have listened to Cap.
But exactly, and your shout out Thanksgiving a week from tomorrow. You're lucky to work with a guy who is first aid certified, CPR trained.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll come over this barrier.
Okay, hang
and
on.
I'll Heimlich you within seconds.
Okay, that is
YouTube.com/957 the game.
Yeah, that is a sensual offer. First of all, that was big. But secondly, I do wonder what position that would put you in. If I go down, you got to either do the show, or save my life.
And part of the confusing part is I finally would get what I've sought after for my whole career. Top of the marquee. If you go Biff Chokaroba, former Atlanta Brave.
Biff Chokaroba's an amazing
If you go full Chokaroba,
I'll give you a 3.
Hey, Mark, he's no longer with us. It's Dibs, the Dan Dibley Show.
It's the Dibber Show.
3 hours of unadulterated dibs. I got dibs, he is dibs. Dibs.
Oh, hey, Dan Dibley.
That's right.
Brought
to you by
Dibs. Yeah, unadulterated dibs is definitely the name of the show.
After hours, Just call me Dibber Claus. Totally, Dibs undercover.
Oh,
it was a good 6-week run with Willard.
Yeah, that was fun.
As that I step over the corpse.
But he's dead now.
He's dead. Yeah, that's...
Watch him take his last breath on youtube.com/957 the game. Man, what a fun day. It's already halfway through the week. We are Jaguar free so far on this show, which I know was your wish yesterday. So we have not gotten into the situation the 49ers are in. Gabe Kapler, the manager of the year on, and we'll have more on that in just a second. And if you missed Gabe, and we're not kidding, it was actually Gabe. It was not Yapler, it was Kapler, who was on the show earlier today. Odyssey app, if you want to check out everything that happened in that conversation, because it was a really good conversation, too. I thought Gabe was great. I'm sure Gabe is going through the car wash today. We were excited to get him early because he had energy, and so that was great. And then last night's Warriors game is about as satisfying as they come from so many angles. The simple ones, like legitimizing their start, and they're now 12-2, and they did it on the road, and they did it against a team filled with stars who is the NBA favorite. Forget the fact that Kyrie wasn't there. There's the KD sort of vibe that gets created here. But the biggest for me was the way that the Brooklyn crowd reacted to the Warriors. And we've talked a lot about it today. That was eyebrow-raising for me. I don't think it's weird that Steph Curry gets attention on the road, but not that kind of attention. MVP chance on the road. Does that happen? Sure, but sometimes that's in Memphis, not in New York City. New York City, the home of the NBA favorites, And that crowd was way more interested in Steph Curry than it was in any of their own players. And I don't think that happens very often, if at all.
No, but it does when you're dealing with the Los Angeles Clippers and you're dealing with the California Angels of Anaheim, the Los Angeles Angels. The Brooklyn Nets are the little brother. And as a little brother, I can speak to being a little brother. They're not the New York Knicks. They're the lesser team. They're the New York Mets. They're the New York Islanders. They're the Angels. They're the Mighty Ducks. They're the Clippers. So the Brooklyn Nets don't have a rich history of being a great fan base. You got Jay-Z, you've got Beyonce, and you don't have much else. So if you're Brooklyn, you're not the Philadelphia 76ers. You're not the Boston Celtics. You're not an old guard organization. You're a cast-off from New Jersey with virtually no pedigree. So I think we're getting caught up a little bit in the New York part of this.
You're probably right.
They're not New York's team.
It's a fair point. I do remember.
It's a great point.
I mean, yeah, gosh.
Thanks,
it's an
Cap.
excellent point. It's a great question and a stupid question all at the same time.
Thank you, Zaza.
I went to cover the NBA Finals when working alongside the Los Angeles Lakers years ago, early Kobe Shaq era.
Kobe!
And the New Jersey Nets, led by Jason Kidd, were the opponent. And it was a weird week in New York. First of all, we were not that far removed from 9/11. And so a lot of people traveling out there for that. And I did have a chance to go over to what at the time was being called Ground Zero, and what an incredibly emotional experience. But the week in New York sports was wild. So Tiger, height of his powers, Bethpage Black, U.S. Open. That was one. A horse was going for the Triple Crown. I'm going to forget. Real quiet.
What year is this?
Gosh. Circa 04, 05. No, gosh. No, because when was, again, 9/11 was a couple years old. Somewhere in there. Just look up when the Lakers played the Nets in the NBA Finals and give me that year. What year was that?
2002.
Okay, 02. All right. So 02, Tiger, height of his powers, Bethpage Black. A horse was going for the Triple Crown at the Belmont. The Lakers were in town to take on the Nets in the NBA Finals. And case of tasty cakes for anybody who can come up with the other event that was happening that was big in New York that week. I don't think anybody will get this. It's kind of intricate, but anybody want to throw up a Hail Mary? There was another huge athlete in town at a big moment in his career in New York that week. Local tie.
Barry Bonds.
There you go.
Yankee Stadium.
Barry Bonds at Yankee Stadium.
Wow. Look at Spadone. He didn't even Google it.
So
maybe
all that was happening in 1 week. And I go out there, and it was very clear of those 4 stories, which was the 4th. Lakers Nets.
Even behind War Emblem going for the Triple Crown.
Was it War Emblem?
Yeah.
Well, there, thank you.
Had to Google it.
I bet.
I did.
510 said Secretariat.
That was 1973.
I love the young
Spoiler
people.
alert, Secretariat would win the Belmont in a record time by 27 lengths.
I'm not going to call us old.
Dude, I'm not caught up.
But I'm also not going to call us young. Okay? I wasn't even born yet for Secretariat. So, anyway.
I remember that old bag. Yeah. About 15 hands tall.
Bethpage. Anyway, yeah, the Lakers Nets was clearly the 4th story. So, to your point, New York doesn't give a rip about the Nets, and it's a completely different version of the Nets. They've moved to Brooklyn. They've got a new arena, and now they've got fancy players. But yeah, there's no pedigree there.
There's no Nets fan base. There's no diehard Nets group that would prevent the MVP chance from coming up. And we talked about this in the crossover with the Morning Roasters. This Warrior team now has fans in every market across this great country of ours because of the 3 titles and because of Steph Curry and even to an extent Draymond Green. You know, Clay's not playing, but I'm sure there was number 11 jerseys at the Barclays Center last night. This Warrior team is a national phenomenon, which is why they have, 30 games on national TV this year, even though they're coming off a non-playoff year for the second straight year. That tells you all you need to know about the popularity of this team.
Steph's underpaid.
So is Iguodala.
Yeah. Just ask him.
Yeah, vet min.
All right. I think, what am I hearing here? Okay, I guess Gabe Yapler is ready to speak to the assembled masses. And what he would like to do is translate for you. Gabe Kapler did an amazing job coming on with us earlier today. He's the manager of the year. He's in his moment. I'm sure he had his black denim jacket on, for sure. Probably just went on a ride down the Embarcadero and then sat and talked with you and me. But he is now a manager. It is a political position in some ways. There are moments where there's only so much he can say. So Gabe Yapler was like, I don't need to respond to anybody. So if you want to know what was actually going through Gabe Kapler's mind when we asked a certain question, Gabe Yapler is here to answer those questions. So what do you have for Gabe?
We got 3 questions that were asked, and we want to get the actual answers because, Gabe Kapler, the manager, the skipper, who we won't call Gabriel out of respect of his mother, who calls him Gabriel, and we aren't that close just yet.
Not yet.
But he had 3 questions, and so I'll ask the question, we'll play the answer, and then maybe Gabe Yapler can translate. How's that sound?
Yes. Gabe says that's okay.
The first question came from the Big Finish, and it was about Gabe Kapler and his favorite dessert. This is how his answer went.
Yeah, I really like gelato. I really like salted caramel gelato. I'm really excited about even talking about it. So, yeah, those are two of my favorites.
All right. You may have noticed that there was a bit of a chuckle when salted caramel gelato was brought up. And that is because there have been a few experiences involving salted caramel gelato that have been a little sensual in nature in my past. Obviously, this is not something that I'm going to go deep into here on the radio, but just know that salted caramel gelato and I have a deep, long history that goes a very long way.
Wow. I mean, it sounds hot. I'm sure by the time that Gabe Kapler eats it, it's melted because the passion that he has for the salted caramel gelato it's obvious. Oh, it's great. Wow. All right. Second question.
All right. Do you have any other questions?
Two more. Okay. Mr. Yapler, if you can interpret from Kapler. This one was a little bit more hard-hitting. What the fan expectations should be for 2022, and this is what Gabe Kapler had to say about it.
Now, I will say this. I think our fans in San Francisco and in the Bay, really enjoyed this season. I think that it was a ride that people didn't really expect to go on. And I do think going forward, folks in San Francisco and our fans who are so remarkable this year are going to get behind that and be looking for that sort of ride. So that will kind of raise expectations, the bar for us. And I think we're all pretty excited about doing everything we can to step up and meet that bar.
What I would really like to say is that obviously we won 107 games. And so I would like to go back to 2.5 years ago when all of you jive turkeys called me out for things that I did not do in both Los Angeles and Philadelphia. I would like each of you to eat a whole lot of crow, cooked medium rare with a warm center, and take my hearty salute as I do a victory lap on your faces because I'm amazing as a manager.
It's incredible. And I would imagine the dessert after the crow you would recommend.
Salted caramel, gelato.
That makes perfect sense. The chuckle is Incredible. One more if you have time.
I do. I actually have a ton of time because I'm actually not a real person.
Okay, and I love it, at least until 12:06 when we give up the mics.
Run to the car and go home.
I know you have a busy afternoon. We talked about nicknames, and Gabe Kapler was asked about which nickname he prefers. Is it Gabe? Is it Skip? Is it any of the other ones? And here's how Gabe Kapler responded to us.
You know what? When I talk to a new player and he calls me Skip, that's totally fine. I usually move right to Cap. It's
okay.
A nickname that I've always had. It was my grandfather's nickname, and so I'm really good with Cap, with Skip, with Gabe. My mom calls me Gabriel. If you guys want to go there, that's totally fine. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter to me all that much.
Okay. First of all, don't ever bring up my mom ever again on this show. Second of all, there are actually only two things that you can call me after, obviously, winning 107 games this year. The first thing that you can call me is Mr. Kapler, you weakling who's never won 107 games in your life. The other thing that you can call me is your daddy, because that's what I am after what we did this year. #flex, #Embarcadero, #bitter coffee.
This is just incredible. Yeah. Gabe Kapler, ladies and gentlemen, telling you the real stuff that came from behind the Gabe Kapler interview.
I mean, I thought that was right. That's probably what was going on in his head. A couple of yaps like you and me trying to pin down a guy who won 107 baseball games. Nobody's ever done that in San Francisco before. Come on.
And I appreciate Gabe Kapler really breaking that down, because Daddy was the one that I thought first and foremost. I'll tell you what you can call me, you yahoos.
That's right.
You can call me Daddy, because I won 107 games. I won 30 more games than even the most optimistic slap would have thought we would have won.
My daddy and your daddy are going to be eating salted caramel gelato every day for the rest of our lives after what we just did.
Impressive breakdown from Gabe Kapler. And I'm glad we had a chance to talk to the skipper, to Cap, as the nickname he does prefer.
Daddy.
Cap Daddy.
Your daddy.
He's the Cap Daddy or Daddy Cap.
Yeah.
Either way you want to go. I look forward to talking to him again here as the hot stove heats up.
Yeah, well, when they make a move, free agency.
Sure.
Lockout.
Rule 5. International player pool.
Get a pinch hitter.
Yeah.
So, and anyway, congrats, Daddy, on your award.
Right.
All right. So that's it. That's the National League Manager of the Year, Gabe Kapler, and his buddy Gabe Kapler.
I like it.
All right.
And I still think we should track down the non-voting voter, the Cincinnati AP reporter, Mitch Yancey.
Is it Mitch Stacy?
Stacy, yeah.
Mitch Stacy. I mean,
I wonder what Gabe Kapler would say to Mr. Stacy. If only maybe next time we can see if we can.
On to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I do actually have something prepared for Mitch Stacy, but I would like to hold it until after I'm done eating this big flipping bowl of salted caramel gelato.
Perfect. First things first. And a fan of cheesecake, too, which is...
Cheesecake. Who's not?
Cheesecake and bitter coffee. Just to balance it out.
Get that guy a Resi at the Cheesecake Factory, put a camera on him, and just watch what happens. Unbelievable. Could I get that steak, medium rare, but please, with a little bit of a warm center? I mean...
Don't we all want a warm center?
That server is going to faint if he looked at her in the eyes and just... with a warm center. Unbelievable. All right. It's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer, and Cleared to Play with the Good Doc, with Clay going 5-on-5, is coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Festivals, football, the great outdoors. Some people say fall is the best time of year. It may also be a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID.
the post-game press conference, he's transitioned out of that phase of rehab. Like, the injuries are healed. He's looking good. It's about building back all that stuff he's lost over the past 2 years. So him getting cleared for this just means, look, it's time for Klay to get into shape and really get him ready for that grind of NBA games. For Wiseman, he's still really close to his meniscus repair globally. And generally, 6 to 9 months is where you look at still that meniscus recovery period. So that doesn't mean that Wiseman's behind, even though it seems like less of an injury. It just means that, look, his meniscus is still in this kind of this danger zone. You want to be slow and cautious in bringing him back up. And then once he's cleared, he'll get back as well, too. So I still think Wiseman will probably come back a little bit sooner. But Klay is in that rehab, is done with the rehab, is on to strengthening and getting back into shape.
So the timeline for Klay at this point, where he's cleared for 5-on-5, would you anticipate it's going to be between 2 to 4 weeks or so, depending on how he recovers and how the knee reacts after the 5-on-5?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's probably going to be right around 4 weeks. I mean, generally, when you're coming off one injury, it's usually a 2 to 4 week period for him, just because of the time away, 4 to 6. And it's really about how does his body respond back to back? Is he moving well? Are there anything that they're seeing that they're concerned about in terms of how he's cutting and pivoting when he's going up against other players? But if I had to guess, about 4 weeks or so probably. So we're looking right around Christmas time.
Dr. Nirav Pandya is with us as we talk through some of the injuries going on in the Bay. I was wondering this, Doc, and I mean, there's no way really to know what's going on behind the scenes with Trey Lance, but everyone's waiting for him to at least get a few plays here and there. And the 49ers have not said that they won't, but we also know there was a knee injury, a knee sprain. Is there any chance that is still dogging him in some sort of a way?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we don't know exactly what's going on, but I think with a quarterback who's mobile, I mean, could there be some degree of soreness that's still there where he's okay to suit up and play, but is it potentially he's not able to move? They're a little bit concerned about his mobility, so there's always that possibility. And let's remember, he also injured his throwing hand as well, too. So the two things you wouldn't want a mobile quarterback to have is a knee injury and then not be able to throw well. And we saw what happened to Russell Wilson last week when he's trying to throw with a finger that's not all the way healed. So I think it's better to be safe, particularly with a mobile quarterback. And there may be some residual soreness that's there that's not enough to kind of keep him on the bench, but maybe not enough to have him go out there and play, particularly with Garoppolo doing so well.
And they've been safe and kind of cautious with Jeff Wilson Jr., who's been coming back after he had a meniscus issue. But now that Elijah Mitchell has a problem with his finger, would you anticipate that Jeff Wilson Jr. maybe gets a little bit more of a share this weekend?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think he carried, I think it was 10 times for 28 yards last game, so he was able to kind of take on a good workload, and it sounds like from what we reported there weren't any issues with his knee. So I think he's ready to take on more workload. He seems to be responding well. No one seems to be concerned about how his knee has been doing. So absolutely, I think it's a good option to have him there, and hopefully he can be effective just like he was last season.
Doc, maybe this is a little bit of an abstract question, but I wonder what your experience has been in dealing with players who are like in week 2 returning from injury as opposed to week 1. In my mind, I'm thinking George Kittle. He looked more like himself this week because he was 2 weeks in. What's it like for players that first week back when they need to get over whatever it is that was dogging them?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is mental, and you're absolutely right. I mean, for any athlete, you can't really simulate that game setting. So the first time you get back, even if you're, super aggressive, you're still worried about how's my knee going to feel? What happens the first time I take contact? What is it going to feel like carry 8, 9, or 10 or in the fourth quarter? So I think just knowing how the knee is going to feel, even if it is a little bit sore or whatever body part's injured, I think it makes a huge difference week 2. So I think that seeing Wilson kind of having taken that impact, carry the ball, hopefully feeling fine, you'll see him a little bit more confident and have a better performance that next week.
49er fans a little bit concerned with the report that came out that Deebo Samuel has a shin bruise and he's listed as day-to-day. What does a shin bruise do to a guy like Deebo who's so critical for the 49ers?
Hopefully I don't think it should do too much for him. I mean, it's more of a pain tolerance issue. When you get bone bruises that are a little bit higher up, like near the knee or kind of down by the ankle, it can really impact your performance. But luckily with the shin, it's more about making sure you don't get hit in that area. So I'm assuming that as long as his pain's controlled and he hasn't really dealing with anything else, I think he should be fine and he should be back playing and having that good performance. And the key question is whether his shin can hold that chain he was holding at the end of the game. So I think that's really the key thing we need to know.
Weight bearing with a chain like that.
No doubt. No doubt. Doc, great stuff. You did it. You fit right in next to Gabe Kapler and Grant Liffman. You nailed it.
All right. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
All right. There he is. Dr. Nirav Pandya, phenomenal follow on Twitter, especially during Bay Area games when things go down. He's got the perspective right away, and he's really good on social media, so make sure that you're following him. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. And it's a good thing when we're sitting here going, okay, Doc, how many things do we have to go through this week? A little bit less this week than some of the weeks past. That's a good thing.
It's a great thing. And the idea of 4 weeks, and again, he's not the official declarative statement on Klay Thompson's return, but just thinking about it, Mark, in terms of there being a timeline now internally with the Warriors medical staff and the team that's going to look at when he's going to play. If you're talking about 4 weeks from now, that's mid-December. That's before Christmas. The fact that we're now with our eyes toward a date where Klay might be cleared to play, 5-on-5. This is the last frontier for him in his rehab. He's got to be so excited to be this close to getting back on the floor.
Absolutely. It's all sponsored by Exergen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Not sure if you have COVID. Fever is the leading sign. So be vigilant and use the only thermometer with proven accuracy in more than 100 clinical studies. The Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Stay safe and learn more at Exergen.com. Pick Your Battles is coming up, and there's an angst. There's an angst in the room for sure after a day where there were many losses, one of them by just a half point. Is that really 2 half-point losses in a row?
Back-to-back halves.
Back-to-back half-point losses for the Dibber Claws.
Choke artist.
That's not okay. He's going to try to fix it. Coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex
Online with Nissan at Home. Delivered direct from dealer to driveway. Thrill starts here. Services may vary at participating dealers, subject to applicable law. See dealer for details.
Happy holidays don't just happen on their own. You make them happen with a little help from new appliances at the Home Depot. Because warm wishes won't roast that turkey. You'll want a new convection oven for that. An air fryer will help make the season light and delicious. And while you're at it, consider a new LG or Samsung fridge that's big enough to hold all kinds of Christmas cheer. Make the holidays yours with the season's best savings on top appliances at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It worked yesterday, so I'm going to try it again today. I don't even have a pick yet.
No pick?
I'm gonna open up my betrivers.net screen right now.
Okay.
Hop into the sports zone, and we're going to find something that just jumps off the page. It's got to jump off the page. We nailed 2 yesterday. Feeling really good about that. But in the meantime, I'm also just behind because I'm in the process of trying to pick up a fantasy kicker right now. Matt Gay's on a bye. I don't want to drop him because he actually won a game for me this week.
I got McManus on a bye similarly.
Much love. And so we're just taking a little gander at who might be available this week. Mason Crosby against the Vikings. Chris Boswell, Sunday Night Football against the Chargers. How you feeling? How you feeling about that?
Not loving Boswell.
You're not?
No.
Why not?
No, I went with Daniel Carlson to the Raiders. I picked him up.
Zane Gonzalez from Carolina. Should we do that? I don't know. I'm feeling Boswell. But anyway, we'll get to pick your battle shortly. The Dibber Claus has been waiting for this anxiously because it's been a true frustration sensation for you for the last 48 hours.
Couple of great handicaps. You know, when you handicap a game and the game goes just about how you thought and you lose the bet anyway, you pick yourself up by the bootstraps and you go forward, Mark, because the Citadel against Presbyterian, I was getting 3.5 and they lost in double overtime by 4.
Double up.
That hurts. But you know what? I knew the Citadel would be right there. They had their chances. They fell short. Last night I had Kentucky minus 25.5. Mount St. Mary's with a garbage time layup to lose by 25. I lost again by a hook. But the handicapping was right. The way I broke it down was right. So I stayed with it. I trusted the process, and I have my pick for tonight.
You know who's playing tonight? I just want to mention it.
So much college rack.
I mean, it's Wednesday, so what do you think's happening tonight?
Maction. We got Maction.
I mean, it's pretty tasty to see Central Michigan play Ball State and not want to be involved.
You got to have a piece of it.
You got to. It just calls to you. It's like from another planet or something. It's just calling to me right now. So,
and a full slate around the association as we go around the association.
Yep.
So plenty of games from which to pick. Buffalo, Northern Illinois as well tonight.
Also, double MAC action, but Central Michigan and Ball State feel like the, I don't know, they're the flag bearers for that conference.
It feels like I've always been a Bowling Green guy.
Yeah, CMU is they win that a lot, don't they?
Sure.
I just not.
I don't often catch the MAC championship game.
I mean, CMU this year 6-4. Northern Illinois is 7-3. Maybe
Northern
it's their
Illinois
year.
is the team that you always hear about.
Are they the ones?
Yeah.
I don't know. Those are the 2 favorites tonight, but they're small favorites. These are supposed to be good games tonight. So I'm gonna have to dive in, take a little look-see. But yeah, there's a lot on the table for the NBA. The Lakers are playing the Bucks. That was supposed to be a big deal, but both of the teams are no good. I mean, if you go back to what the NBA odds were like at the beginning of the season, look at how some of the favorites have come out of the gate. The Bucks, kind of a mess. The Lakers, a little messy.
A big mess.
And the Brooklyn Nets looked like they were just kind of, we haven't flipped the switch yet, until the Warriors showed up, and now everyone's like, well, they're a mess too. So I don't know. There's a lot about the NBA that we thought we knew that I don't think we did.
And you get into this part of the NBA, and you really got to look at who played last night and what's the road trip like and the matchups and the injury report. So it can be tough to bet the NBA anytime, but especially this time of year.
Do you want to just do this right now?
Let's launch into it.
Let's go. Let's pick your battles. The tote board is Kyle, Spadone, Dibs, all 1 and 2. And then over here I sit on my ivory tower at 2 and 1, but easily could get caught tonight. But because of that, I'll go last. Let's go to the other room first. And Kyle was the latest to the 1 and 2 party. He just got his first win of the week last night, and he went to the NHL. Is that right, Kyle?
Yeah, I sure did.
All right. So what do you think you're doing tonight?
I'm going to head down to L.A. where the Washington Capitals are taking on the Los Angeles Kings. The Capitals are giving a goal in that one. I love the Caps, minus the goal.
Put it in the cap.
Is that because Gabe Kapler came on the show today? Is that why you just did that?
1,000%.
I
also looked at the wrong game. That wasn't the game I wanted, but now I'm committed to it, so it's fine.
All right.
It's fine. There's an endorsement.
Perfect. Okay, so we're going to go Caps there. Spadone, you are next.
We'll go to the NBA here with my pick. I'm going Lakers +9 in Milwaukee, which is, of course, Algonquin for the good land. I like that. It's a lot of points. Bucks, they're 6-8, haven't played very well. I think the Lakers keep this tight.
That's a heart play. He loves his Lakers.
Okay.
I don't love them.
Yeah,
right
that's a terrible bet.
And I got the hockey spread as a goal and a half, Kyle. It's like the run line.
Wait a minute. Do we have Bet Rivers confirmation sensation issues?
I don't know what you want from me. I'm looking at it.
Okay. I don't know what maybe you did not have your mouth full of food when you cracked the mic?
I don't.
Oh, wow. Residual popcorn.
All right. So Spadone goes Lakers. Dan Dibley for the win because he needs one.
I do need one, Mark. I've been so close, but so far away. I'm going to ride with college hoop because I believe there's an edge to be gained this early in the year. And I'm going to go to the pride of the Atlantic Sun, Lipscomb University.
Be careful.
The Lipscomb Bisons are on the road against the Dayton Flyers. Dayton coming off a very unsightly loss. Dayton 1-1. They lost to UMass Lowell in their last game. Dayton, I believe, is overrated. I'm taking the Lipscomb Bisons sitting at 3-1. I'm taking Lipscomb and 9.5 at Dayton.
You said that so many times, and it scared me each time.
Lipscomb.
And what's the number again? Minus
9.5.
9.5 at Dayton.
Lipscomb's getting 9.5.
Okay.
Also a former pitcher for the Giants.
That's true. Tim Lipscomb. Yeah, he's got a great reputation here. All right.
By the way, this is brought to you by Livermore Casino, located on 1st Street in Livermore, offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat, and Texas Hold'em, the Tri-Valley's place to play in downtown Livermore. Liquidate all assets tomorrow, 3:15 in the special time.
Okay. Do I do something that has been my standard? I did it last night and it worked. Do I do that or do I sign up for the trap? By the way, Steiny and Goo, hi. How you guys doing?
Got to recognize.
I'm doing okay today?
I love it.
You doing all right? All right. The Buffalo Bulls, not the Buffalo Bills, the Buffalo Bulls are going up against Northern Illinois. And Northern Illinois right now is first in the MAC. First in the MAC West. They lead. They are 7-3. Buffalo is 4-6. Last week got crushed by Miami of Ohio, 45-18. The week before that, a 12-point loss to Bowling Green, which is not that good of a team, 56-44. So why on earth would the Buffalo Bulls, hosting the first-place team in the MAC, why would the Buffalo Bulls only be plus 1.5?
I don't know.
Does that make any sense to you? Does that make any sense to you at all? Anyone in the room? Anyone? Does that make any sense? Thank you, Steiny, for shaking your head. It doesn't. Which means take the Buffalo Bulls plus the 1.5. Something's fishy. I'm going there. I'll take the Buffalo Bulls on your Wednesday night MAC action, also known as Maction.
I love it.
So there it is. Buffalo Bulls here. You'll go Tim Lincecum.
Lipscomb and 9.5.
Okay. Spadone goes Lakers, and Kyle goes Caps. Gabe Kaplers of the NHL. All right. So there are your picks for tonight. Good luck to each and every one of you, and hello to Steiny and Goo. Steiny brought each one of his colored pens to the show today. That's a cornucopia.
And some are doubled up, if you notice.
Couple
greens, couple purples.
Yeah. All right.
There you go.
Good. How you guys doing today?
I notice you don't make fun of Ratto, though, do you? With his colored Sharpies.
I don't see Ratto. I don't do a crossover.
That's true.
You want me to come back and do your
Rabbit
3
ears
o'clock?
over there. I don't recall him making fun of you. He just acknowledged that you do bring in a host of pens.
Right. Yeah. It's colorful. Like
this
when I turn.
Has to be yours, right? This gold pen.
I found that. And I would never use that pen. I'm more selective with pens.
I turned and I looked at you, and there's just all these colors that pop off of the table. It's a joy.
I don't get it. Speaking of joy,
paper-made profiles.
Yeah. Speaking of joy, I was driving in. And I was talking to myself. I said, D, during crosstalk, have you four ever agreed on one thing? And since we've been doing this, the inception, Steiny, I don't think we have. But is there any soul walking the Bay Area right now not fired up about this Warrior team and the possibilities? This is real. Am I wrong?
No,
this is real.
You can't
it's real.
be. Yeah, and spectacular.
But we're trying not to skip ahead to April, May, and June because that'll all be, are they championship contenders? Well, right now, who knows? Who knows what can? I mean, we had an earthquake 10 minutes ago.
I never feel them. I never feel them.
I usually do, but I didn't feel this one. My point being, tomorrow's not promised. Goo, it's something you've said a lot. So instead of, are they championship contenders? Well, we won't know that for 70 more games. What's really, I think, more pressing is what we have right now. They're the best team in the association, but why? It's more than just that they have the best player. So I'm more in the mode of appreciating how they're doing it. They're doing it with Steph, obviously.
Infusion of youth.
It's the defense.
Yeah, best D in the league.
And just watching Kuminga play D. And I know he made a couple of reckless defensive plays. Of course, that's what James Harden does. He'll bait you into it. But they have length. They have athleticism. And most importantly, they have interest in playing defense. More than half the team, Steph is on the floor. JTA and the Mitten and Andre and Draymond and Wiggins and Kuminga, they like playing defense. It's fun to see.
I mean, the Nets can't beat the Warriors without Kyrie Irving. I don't see any way they can beat the Warriors without Kyrie Irving if they were to get to the finals. And the reason is Iguodala, Draymond Green, Gary Payton II, Wiggins. They all can defend Kevin Durant. Plus, they all know his tendencies as well as you could possibly know them. And they did it last night. They turned him into a volume shooter, which is hard. And here's the other thing. You ready for this? Steph Curry can guard James Harden.
Apparently.
He can guard him.
Yeah.
He can.
Yep.
So...
Yeah, James Harden
different ball game.
He's been neutralized.
Wow.
His powers have been taken away. By the way, though, the Nets aren't going to the finals without Kyrie Irving.
You probably
you look at that team. I mean, I got all the love in the world for KD, but Harden has been neutralized, and the other supposed stars on that roster got old fast. Blake Griffin is just a complete shell. And so, yeah, they did not look that scary. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid each game thinking about June.
Okay.
But last night, certainly, I think it is fair to go, well, this is the best team. I don't know what's going to happen next month after, but right now, this is the NBA's best team.
They got leadership. They got coaching, 3-ball, defense. Dibs mentioned it. 5 straight trips a couple years ago. I'm just like, what's going to change? And I look at Lakerville. They're a mess right now. I still think that they're going to get it together, but the Clippers, Kawhi, everybody has a question mark. Murray with Denver, the Suns last year. But can I ask you three this quick question? If you were KD or James Harden, from what I know of you three, would you pick up the phone and say, hey, buddy, hey, look, I know you don't want the shot, talking to Kyrie, or would you just leave well enough alone? Like, the dude don't want the shot, I ain't even going to call. But us being a champ is going down the drain every day he doesn't come. I would pick up the, hey, Dibs, have you been thinking about it?
Well, it's interesting because, I worked with a guy who didn't get it right away, and I didn't call that person. That person reached out to me and asked my advice, and at that point, I offered my advice. And I felt part of me wanted to reach out to that individual and say, this is what you should do, but it's not about telling somebody what they should do. Kyrie is around enough smart people to where if he wants to not be selfish, if he wants to be a part of the herd getting it done, he can get it done. So if he called me, if I was KD and he called me, I would offer him advice, but I'm not going to go knock on his door.
Well, we don't know that they haven't. Number one, but number two, obviously we are talking, but we do this a lot with athletes, like try to compare what they're doing to our